all good.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Whew. Man, oh man. I was stressing. I pulled out a t-shirt out of my drawer and I was like, a blue one? Am I going to wear a blue t-shirt? Oh, yeah. I don't do that no more. So I put it on proudly and put a smile on my face like this.
You retired too, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking about something just for a minute. I was just thinking about what you said about the meth head getting a job. Are times that hard the way even the meth head is trying to make sure they got something to eat? I mean, them pudding cups must be important.
Pudding cups are going up in price, man. Inflation.
Them Jello jigglers.
I'm gonna be needing that employee discount.
Hey, I'm gonna hook y'all up, brother. I'm gonna make a killing out here. I'm gonna clear out all of the pudding, tapioca, chocolate, and Jello jigglers. And I'm gonna sell straws.
He'll quit his job if there's no Jello up there for him.
Right. I mean, it was just sad listening to some of the stories. I don't want to say where I'm employed, but what they were saying, and they were saying things like people coming in, working 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe a month. You know, they get a month worth of paychecks and they quit. Why? Because now you got $22, $23, $24, $2,500 that you can go buy meth with.
Man.
And now then they're set for a period of time. They do their meth. Then after they're done doing it and they realize they ain't got no more money, they go apply somewhere else.
Well,
and I was like, how do you even get a job?
So just because I'm weird and know this, with a week's paycheck from a minimum wage job around here, you can get dang near £1.
So,
yeah, it's real cheap.
Damn. That's why he had no teeth.
Yeah, man, the boy's getting after it.
Man. No, dude. And you know, he had the tattoos that were half finished. I was like, that's definitely meth.
Wow.
You got half a naked woman, you got half her body and a titty, and then
man.
Oh, man.
Vulgar Display, you're right. He said it's that Mexican dope, super lab, super cheap. Right.
Yep.
I mean, the 40 freeway runs right through this area, so.
Man.
And that's where a lot of it comes down.
Well, Oklahoma's got I-35 running north and south, and you got I-40 and I-44, so, it's like the mecca of dope over here.
Yep. Ooh, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. We're going to wait till y'all fill up, and then we're going to introduce our brother. Because I know we got some people who are going to be coming in here. Look at these coons.
I almost put token white guy on my little names slot right there.
That would have been hilarious.
Yep.
That would have been awesome.
Can I change that now? How does that work?
You'd have to leave the room and then use the link to come back in.
All right, we'll try that. If I can figure it out.
I'm gonna start putting together a meth pandemic pack. It's gonna have a toothbrush, some pudding cups, a bar of soap. Oh Lord!
Man.
And a business card to a tattoo shop that'll finish the job. Oh Lord.
Some dental floss.
Yeah. So dental floss. Hey, some fluoride. You get the little gums of fluoride that you just shove up in there, the top and the bottom.
Oh gosh. Oh. There he is, token white guy. Woo! I knew he'd show up.
Better late than never.
Yep. He just transformed from Brother Alex to token white guy. Brother Daryl said, no deodorant. I don't know about the deodorant. Because they ain't going to use it. They're going to eat it. They're going to try to melt that down and smoke it. You can't give them deodorant. You can't give them anything that's white and looks crystallized. It's over.
Oh Lord!
Don't do it.
Hey, the rock deodorant. You remember that rock deodorant that they make? You can't give them that.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people strung out so bad they're like picking little rocks out of their floorboard, trying to figure out if they can smoke it.
Wow. What?
Just a bad situation at that point.
We had some guys come up to the hospital when I was there, and they were like, I can't drink water. And I was like, why? And dude was gone. Because there's little green men that are in my cup, but they only swim in water. And I was
They'll
like,
get you.
He's like, I need soda. And we thought first it was just another way for him to try and get, some extra snacks during snack time. No, the dude was not drinking water. He did not want water. And you couldn't give him clear soda either. He had to have dark soda because he couldn't see the little green men in the cup.
That's some poor life choices.
Man. Just as Cassie said, I can honestly say bathing isn't priority around here. Woo! Hallelujah. If y'all want to know, the token white guy is Brother Alex Giles, so in case y'all were wondering. But we know that some of y'all are so sensitive and such snowflakes that you probably wouldn't have made it through the stream anyways. Because you might have heard nigga once or twice and be like, oh my gosh, I gotta leave.
Oh, yeah.
When Brother Alex told me he's from Tulsa, I'm like, he can kick it. He can kick it. And anybody from Tulsa, because Tanisha just told me her grandma's from Tulsa. So anybody that's from Tulsa, you can kick it.
Yeah.
Brother Alex was like the guy from Training Day.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan Hawke.
That dude was pretty sketchy, man.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Yeah, you better smoke this.
Yeah. Ooh, hallelujah.
Hey, I received an email from a brother. Let's see. I believe it's brother Jay Hunter. But his question was this. So I know this is gonna be a brother David question. His question was,
I'm sorry, I'm all out of questions for the week.
Oh, my bad, brother. This is actually a good question. This is actually a good question. The brother was saying something about I guess he want to know what is the conditions and what is your view on southeastern Missouri and the Missouri area for a living. I believe the brother lives up in Tennessee.
Well,
if Brother David's screen goes black, we know he's had enough.
But I forgot he didn't have some interesting questions.
You might want to ask Brother Alex that question. But in all honesty, Hmm.
He said for
I don't.
homestead.
Hmm. Well, I guess it
Come
really
on, boy.
depends a lot on. I would have, it depends on the individual. It depends on this brother. I mean, you could go to. It's a part of birth, just like anywhere else. And so you have opportunities if you get out and you take advantage of it, and come with the right attitude and the right, I guess, for the right reasons, then it would suit you well. And if you um, didn't, then it wouldn't. Just like in it probably, I wouldn't say any other area because obviously the city probably wouldn't qualify for that. But if you went to any rural area, uh, it's going to be what you make of it, by and large. We like the Ozarks. I love it. It has a lot of natural resources and a lot of like-minded people in the sense of that. For generations, they have relied upon the land and themselves, and not the government or not, outside influences to be able to get stuff done. So you still see some of that resilience. But that's just who's around. How it pans out for us individually really is dependent upon ourselves and what we do with it.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah. But Sister Cassie said we were on Black Lives Matter Boulevard in Tulsa. Wait a minute. Stop. Hold on. There's a boulevard really called Black Lives Matter Boulevard.
Oh man.
It's probably what they did with MLK up there.
I noticed that every hood that I've ever lived in or around had a Martin Luther King Boulevard. I'm like,
Always.
MLK and the Malcolm X.
yeah. I'm like, come on now. Everywhere's got a Martin Luther King Boulevard. I know Martin Luther King was not here.
Right. And you ain't trying to pay homage because we know how it went down when he was walking the face of the earth. So. Yeah.
Hey, and even if people were saying that, well, most people try to say, "Oh, we named it because it was, he was honorable, blah blah blah." But if you really look at it, I'm just gonna put it in Andre terms. When I hear MLK, the first thing come out is niggas, and most of the time it's niggas that's violent.
Man,
Totally opposite of what is the mission was supposedly. I'd be like, nah. Well, if we see MLK, I normally make a quick Yui and start gassing.
going the opposite direction. I'd be like, hey, brother, I'll come by and chill with you. Hey, where you on? Go down MLK Boulevard. Never mind. No, I ain't going to your house. Screw that. You come to my house. Well, we're about to end.
Had some straight. What's that, brother?
I want to say shalom to everybody in the room. Welcome to the stream. It's a blessing to have y'all here. We got a lot of the regulars. I see Brother Chris F is back in the spot. What's up, Brother Chris F? Shabbat Shalom. Vulgar Display 2.0. Uh-oh. What happened to 1.0? Wait, what happened to your ammo? Did it fall into the lake? It fell into the lake with his guns. That's what happened. Brother Ken, what's happening, Brother Ken? Shabbat Shalom, Patterson Farms. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Daryl Vick. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Juan, Rogue Hebrew Moore. Shabbat Shalom, brother. Hey, Brother Juan, you've been putting up some pretty fiery posts on Facebook. I appreciate them, brother. I'm not one of them Facebook gurus. I get on and I look at what other people say for like 5 minutes and then I get off. I don't type a whole lot. I'm not trying to type nobody. I don't say nothing on Facebook, to be honest, because Facebook to me, I know when Facebook went down, some of y'all about to jump off a building. I can't post what I'm about to do. I can't post this random scripture that has nothing to do with nothing. Sometimes you see people be posting random scriptures. I'm like, what the fuck was that? What was the purpose of that scripture? You're just gonna post a random Jesus wept?
It's just the verse of the day from the Bible app.
There it is. There it is. Verse of the day.
I'm like, I don't understand that stuff. Why are you posting up random scriptures that you're not giving any context to? You're just, and the priest went into the tabernacle and slaughtered the offering. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? How's that supposed to change my life? What am I supposed to take out of that? Are you trying to slaughter me? So that's why when I look at it this way, and this is just me. This is just me. Anybody that posts twice on Facebook a day has been disqualified. I'm not listening to you. I'm just saying. That's just me though. Unless you got a business or something like that you rolling with, or you got something. If you just be posting, or I went to the store today. I went to the gym. I'm at Walmart. I'm going to Fedco, which doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, I don't understand why.
I just woke up this morning.
Or the people be like, "Good morning, everybody." I'm like, see, your life sucks if you have to tell people good morning and those are your friends.
Man.
We lost the idea of what even friendship was today. Friendship is now everything's on these doggone phones and social media. And let me tell you what my life is like. I don't know nothing about you from your social media page. In fact, the more you post, the more full of shit I think you are. I'm just saying. But for you, Brother Juan, you haven't been doing that. And you've been laying up some fiery things. So I appreciate it. Dope Law. His word is alive. Shabbat Shalom. Brother or sister, I think it's a sister. Honors to your head. Shabbat Shalom to him. I got your email, and I'm so sorry. If you would like to ask your question, his word is alive, in the chat, we can answer it. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Morgan face that. The super badass patriot Facebook meme post, though. Right. The people who hype everybody else up. They're taking our rights away. We have to mobilize. Most of y'all are mobilized. The mobilization you're doing is riding the carts around Walmart.
Man.
That's your mobilization.
Or you're talking to an FBI agent.
Oh, right.
There it is.
Right. Talking to a UC. Undercover. Whew. All right. Brother Alex, before we get started, would you like to introduce yourself?
Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Time out. If you're a politically correct person, let me just tell you, I see a lot of new people. Bless you all. Welcome to the stream. I am not a politically correct person. I've never voted. I've never been in politics. I hate politics. I never said the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're looking for politically correct people, wrong stream. He is the token white guy.
I'm already off, not very politically correct.
I know, I talk with you. All right, brother, go ahead.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. It's good to talk to you all on here. I've been enjoying getting on here for, I don't know, about 2 years and bringing in the Shabbat with you guys.
It's good to have
you on here, brother.
So a lot of good conversation here every Friday night.
Hallelujah. I'm gonna shamelessly, or would you like to shamelessly plug who you fellowship with, and because I'm all about networking and connecting as far as people go.
Yeah,
and there are people there are people everywhere that looking for places or looking for land and looking for brotherhood in different regions. And I think it's always awesome to be able to have people here, because people think, especially, I'm gonna be real, some of y'all people of color, you look at this channel and you see it and say, wow, he doesn't. He must be a Hebrew Israelite. No, wrong. Brother Andre, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, sir.
Brother David, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, sir, I'm not.
Now, are you Hebrew?
I am
course.
Hebrew and I am Israelite, but I am not Hebrew Israelite.
Okay. So if you're looking for Power Ranger outfits and us running around screaming, telling Brother Alex he has to kiss our boots, he's our brother. Wrong stream. I love
guess
this
that
brother.
would make us your token. What do they call us? Your token Uncle Tom's then.
There it is. Oh, the Uncle Ruckus?
Sure.
I'll just stick with Disturber of Israel.
Hey,
I like that. There's you said that. I mean, I like that. I even like Brother Juan's name, Rogue Hebrew.
Rogue Hebrew.
I mean, we got to be different, to be honest. And when I say be different, I mean I think y'all know who you were before you came into the earth. So won't you just do that? And I'm not talking about in a sinful manner. I'm talking about the real you.
No.
Right.
Some dad
Hallelujah.
version.
Nope. We're sorry, Brother Alex. Go ahead. Fire away, brother.
Oh, anyway, so yeah, I've been pretty blessed with it's pretty good fellowship since I came out here. It started homesteading out here in the middle of nowhere, but I fell in pretty quick with Bear or TJ over there at Bear Independent and Pastor Joe Fox or Elder Fox or whatever we call him nowadays. I don't really know. But been pretty blessed to fall in with that bunch here pretty quick and just fellowship. That's it.
Yeah.
Good to be around.
So you fellowship with Brother Bear, from Bear Independent, and Pastor Fox. Hallelujah.
Yeah, it's
And
well, I mean,
so they're
no,
so therefore
none of us live
you're
very
part of
close to each other.
Oh, okay. So therefore you're part of Grindstone
So,
Ministries.
sorry, I didn't mean to catch you.
No.
Yeah, so it's full time now. So I'm I don't know if you want to call it directing Grindstone or whatever. I'm handling most of the day to day operations of Grindstone now. Been down in Louisiana for a few days, so left law enforcement and took that gig as a full time gig on top of homesteading and trying to run a couple of businesses and trying to be a little bit more self sufficient. Not necessarily going to the world for a paycheck.
Hallelujah.
That's awesome, brother. It sounds like you pretty busy.
I don't sit still very well. I don't like idle time. I usually do bad things with it if I give it to myself.
Well, I have a question, Brother Alex. What level are you on in Call of Duty? What level Call of Duty fighter are you? And what's your favorite Call of Duty weapon?
I have that one. Not a video gamer.
Oh, okay. How many Madden Super Bowls have you won in the last couple of years?
Brother, I don't think I've ever played Madden.
Oh my gosh. Woo!
Hey.
Brother Andre.
Yes,
how
sir.
many brothers do you know could say they never played Madden or Call of Duty?
Not many. Not many. Just being honest, not many.
I've never played Call of Duty. I guess back in high school I played some video games, but shoot, I guess I've had a video game system or anything in 4 or 5 years.
Woo.
Yeah.
I can see it because you covered up with trying to get things done for your household, your land, and you know what I mean. And from based on the conversation last Shabbat, even other people when we talk about servants, and that's men trying to prepare even for other people.
Woo.
Right.
We're gonna get into that today. We're gonna talk about some servanthood. We're gonna talk about some things that I would say are very uncomfortable topics in the faith. Um, it's an interesting thing today in this faith that, hey, boys, it's an interesting thing today in this faith that so many people claim they are in the faith, claim that they have the eyes to see, and yet they see nothing. And also, this is I wanted to make sure that everybody understood when I say we are brethren. I wanted to make sure that y'all understood we are brethren. Brother Alex is the brother that drove a long distance and gave me my goat. Well, two of my goats. One ended up running off immediately.
Frank came out of
but Frank, yes. He came and drove quite a distance to deliver me something. And this is why, I when I talk about the issues of what y'all call race, I go at it very hard in the sense that most of y'all don't understand or don't even know what you're talking about. You don't understand brotherhood in the first place. I refuse to listen to people who don't have brothers around them that can validate them. And that's just one of the things that when we've been saying we're taking a no bullshit approach to these streams now. I'm not really trying to hear what you got to say when you ain't got nobody to validate you. Just being real. Too many brothers are running around with just themselves, and there ain't nobody to actually vouch for the fact that they are a brother.
If you can't come up with witnesses, that's a sign.
There it is. Man, that's a sign. You should have a witness that you are a brother. Uh-oh. Brother David, I can't get you in. Sure, if you can't get witnesses of your character of who you are as a brother, then you might not be a brother. Just saying. If your only witnesses are Pookie and Ray Ray, your upstairs and downstairs neighbors, and if you have upstairs and downstairs neighbors, you know where you live, right? Because I don't got no upstairs and downstairs neighbors. Brother Alex, Brother Andre, y'all got upstairs and downstairs neighbors?
No, sir.
One-story building.
Ah, okay. I'm just making sure. There he is. He didn't notify me you weren't here either. Uh-oh, he's gone again. There he is.
My apologies, having some signal issues.
Ah, okay. So the title of this stream, brothers. Oh, brother, do you have anything else you wanted to say, brother?
No, I think I'm good. I'm sorry if I was lagging out there a minute ago. I think I was having a signal issue too.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But no, I'm good. I'm glad to be here.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And we're going to have him on for a couple of streams because he's got, he's talked with us brothers and he's got some very interesting things that in his time he'll present, because it's interesting, when the Most High puts something on multiple brothers' spirits and our minds and in our hearts at the same time. And servanthood is that thing that he has put in all of our minds kind of at the same time. Where we were discussing it and then Brother Alex called and me and him fellowship after last stream. We fellowship like 3 o'clock in the morning, brother.
Yeah, it was late.
Like 3 hours. So after the stream, we talked for about 3 hours and discussed the topic of servanthood and broke it down a little bit further and how a lot of people today in this westernized society would rather be Pharaoh's servant than an actual servant via the biblical definition. Well, I ain't trying to be no brother's servant, but you're Pharaoh's servant, aren't you? You get your paycheck and you go your landlord. So if they're your lord, then what are you? See, don't get me started on this. If they're your landlord, then what are you?
Not a peer.
You're not a peer to them. You are not their peer, which would make you a subordinate, a serf, or a servant. So you've got no problem serving Pharaoh as long as Pharaoh gives you a facade of freedom. But then when it comes to the faith, you've got a big problem with that. But even before that, I asked this question. Why are so many people trying to, I get a copious amount of emails. And I don't mean to go in on this, but I'm going to. Brother, do you know where I can find some righteous women?
No.
First and foremost, if you don't have your house secure and why are you, brother, I'm just trying to save these single sisters. Why? Why? Aren't you supposed to be able to save yourself? Now, how many of us can see what is coming? We see what's coming in this world, right? How many of you actually have a plan for yourself? And I'm not talking about, well, I have a 2 or 3 year plan. I'm just going to ask y'all brothers, just y'all humble opinions. How many of y'all think we have 2 or 3 years of normal everyday life to just go to work and save up money and eventually do things the way we want to do them?
I don't think it's normal now.
Mm.
The dollar doesn't go very far. I mean, it's trying to build up a couple businesses and a homestead. It's hard to do that right now. I mean, it's not impossible. You can do it. I'm doing it, but it's a challenge. I mean, there's supply chain issues. I've been waiting on a cooler for weeks that should have been in stock, but just supply chain issues. It's hard to get things, and it's like twice the price of what I would have paid a year ago.
Mm.
So I've defined normal, I guess.
Mm. Brother Jay said that. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that you, Brother David?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, definitely the normal and that we grew up with, that day is gone, and I don't think we'll ever see it again. Regardless of how
Brother
it's
Andre?
Well, I was gonna say the same thing Brother Alex said actually earlier. I mean, shit, I went to the grocery store this week. What I normally pay $100 for, $150. The lady said that'd be $249. I was like, what? And I'm talking about I wasn't going for regular groceries. I was just going to shore up some ends because I know that this store has some oatmeal in large quantities, very cheap. Some other non-perishables, very cheap. And I think I came back and told the brother, shit, I don't remember when canned goods, one little 12 ounce, I don't even know if it's 12, maybe it's 8 ounces or something. Can of green beans is like $1. $1? Dried beans, a 2-pound bag is like almost $3.
That's
Now,
insane.
you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that that's way different even from COVID. So ain't nothing gonna be the same. I don't even know where people get this idea from. I mean, if you walking around and you still operating under everything is fine and everything is the same, you is so many miles behind. It's gonna be sad. You gonna be at somebody's doorstep. You gonna be begging to be somebody's servant. Watch.
Mm. Mm.
It's only a matter of time.
That's insane. And that's becoming a habitual thing where it's like people are completely ignoring. Well, either that or they just don't know that off the coast, the east and west coast, right now. I mean, they're saying that, I don't know if y'all heard about that big oil spill in California. They're saying that it was one of those ships offshore that did it. There are, Brother David, you're muted, Brother David.
Where its anchor struck the pipe.
They're saying the anchor hit the pipe and ripped it open. So there goes the aquatic life.
Exactly. Hey, the folks that thought they was gonna be fishing or whatever it is, people think in their mind. And the other thing is, people just so. I'm not trying to be funny, man. I'm not even trying to be terrible in my speech when I say this, but people are gonna use that and say, "Oh, that's why the ship's been out there so long." You think the oil spill been going on for 4 or 5 months? Come on, man.
It's
This
brand new.
is arithmetic.
It's brand new. And we missed it. People are just missing it. Brother David Patterson said, "Have you seen the price for vinegar?" Right. So if you're a pickler, if you're a person that wants to pickle things, especially the pickling vinegars that they sell, those things are going up in price. Canned goods, canning goods are going up in price. They're saying that everything
It's just
is going.
everything.
Yeah, they're saying that literally this country is going toward the whole world is going to a point where there's going to be a shortage on everything. Yeah, diapers. I was reading an article on diapers. There's a shortage on diapers. Well, we want a nation build. You don't know how to cloth diaper. You don't know how to make diapers. What are they going to be doing? Boo booing and peeing all over the bed sheets? For all of our nation builders out there. Brother Alex, you got something?
I just think my wife cloth diapers about half of the time if we're traveling or something. She doesn't mess with it, but there's some logistics involved in that, especially if you don't have a washing machine to throw that in.
Yeah.
Back before we lived in this house, when we lived in a camper, I mean, she was out there with a bucket and a plunger, or one of those hand spinning washing machines. Diaper day and composting bucket day was a chore.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's just we're missing so much, under this facade that everything's going to go back to normal, or that we have 2, 3, 4, 5 years. We don't have that. I was looking at Matthew 24, and I was thinking about something. In Matthew 24, where it says, "Pray that your flight take not in winter." Now I know it's talking about, during that time when the antichrists are there, and but if you look at the signs, and everybody's saying this is a dark winter, dark winter, dark winter, dark winter, winter is coming, dark winter is coming. And a lot of people are facing evictions right now. Their literal flight may just take place in the winter. Their literal flight may literally take place this winter because they waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and prayed and prayed and prayed. Here's the thing. I saw somebody sent me a message, and this is all they said. They said after David prayed, he still had to go get 5 smooth stones and put them in a sling and slay Goliath. Praying didn't kill Goliath. When Maccabees prayed and prayed, and he still had to go up and fight the Greeks. When the children of Israel were praying and praying and praying, y'all didn't say, "You know what, y'all? I'm going to kill Egypt right where y'all are. Y'all going to just take over the land of Egypt." They had to leave Egypt with everything that they owned. There it is, Brother Chris F. Most people don't understand the need of action. It's just prayer. Prayer's gonna, brother, you need to pray for our president. First of all, he ain't my president. I didn't vote, and I haven't voted in this country forever. So it ain't my president. That's your president. First and foremost.
Hell, even I quit voting.
So don't give me that mess of it's our president. You know what I'm trying to do and focus on right now? And this is going to sound so selfish for some of y'all people who don't understand the Bible. I'm focusing on me and my house. That's what my focus is.
Yes, sir.
Sadly enough, most of you don't understand, and that's biblical. My number one Ministry is home. If I'm not in that's right, Kipper Farms. Kipper Farms said prayer didn't save Noah. Can you imagine if Noah was sitting there just praying?
He would have died. He would have died. I know people want to believe something different. These men were actually doing something. Hey, I'm just gonna show you something. And I'm not bragging or being funny, but I didn't need this. But when I went out to the store, just because we was riding around, and they'll tell you, my folks tell you, I don't like going in stores because I like to keep my money as close to me as possible. But we just went in there and got this. I got 175 candles probably. Just in general.
Ooh.
Can I get some more? Get some of them big ass candles that only cost $1. Like, I'm just saying something. I'm not the nigga that show up and go into the store that says, what is it called? Everything is $1? No. Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree.
I don't do that. I went and bought a bunch of these just to have. I mean, not that I need it. It's just that, hey, I was passing by it on my way somewhere, and I said, you know what? I think there'd be a couple of good extras to have. But
That's
what
right.
I look at is, I know we run in contact with the brothers. Dudes don't even think like that. I'm just being honest. They don't think like that. They thinking about the next pair of Jordans, Air Force Ones, the next phone. I don't know how old my damn phone is, but I ain't thinking about getting another one. They would literally have to shut down the line for me to get another phone. I'm not trying to fall into them traps. You want to get the latest and the greatest. But then guess what? You hungry. Your family ain't even warm. Hey, let another Texas ice storm come and see what happened to folks. See, folks, that's when it got real for folks. When it started dropping in them negative temperatures over there. And people finding people dead in the recliner. That's when it get real for people. But dude,
they were dead in the they were dead in the recliner with the remote control for the TV in their hand.
Right.
You were still trying to watch Judge Judy while you were dying. Fountain of Life Online said, Shalom, brother. He said, they drowned. That's right. They drowned. Dead. That's right. Brother David Patterson said the Dollar Tree is going to be raising their prices. I read on most of their products. It's not even going to be Dollar Tree anymore. They're raising their prices on their products because they can't afford to sell them at $1 no more. And you have a 2 and 3 year plan, your dollar ain't going to be worth shit in 2 or 3 years.
No.
And they're saying that there's going to be a supply shortage and prices are going to keep rising for the next 2 to 3 years. They say, first it was, we'll see normalcy in 2021. Then it was 2022, 2023. Now they're saying 2026. Economists are saying 2026 is when we'll see normalcy again. And you know what's going to happen in 2022. I wonder if they
define that normalcy.
Right.
There you go, brother.
Do they mean normal according to the last 4 years at that point?
Man, I'm just looking and seeing, how in the hell did we get, I wanted to ask y'all earlier, how in the hell did we get a thumbs down about 10 minutes ago? We just saying shit that motherfuckers need. And yeah, I said motherfuckers. We back, bitches. That's what's up. This thing. I'm like, how do you thumbs down when folks are trying to just help you? It's to stimulate ideas. It's also to sharpen you up so you can go out there and get it.
We got haters. And that's all good. It's all good.
It is.
Sirach chapter 29, verse 20. Help thy neighbor according to thy power. And beware that thou thyself fall not into the same. So I'm not trying to help people and put my family at a risk. You know, those times they were there. We sat here and told people what they could do. If you didn't want to move or you didn't want to take heat, that's cool. I'm not fussing or fighting with you. I'm not arguing with you. Just understand that land prices are getting to the point because everybody's trying to get some now. Everybody's trying to get some land now. And a lot of people, just being real, don't want you living next to us. I don't want a lot of people living next to me because a lot of people are tricks.
Yeah.
But Alex, you about ready to say something?
Oh, no, I get it. I mean, to be honest with you, even the real close brothers that I have around, it'd be awesome if I couldn't see their house at least. You know, like I don't really want anybody right on top of me. You know, I don't want to build house upon house until my field's all full. You know.
Right. And that's one of the sketchy things about people is a brother claims that he's a brother, you know, real cool with you for a time period, then gets land next to you, and I'm just gonna be real. Then you watch him, and he's not getting his house together. He's not preparing himself. He's playing games with his cash and with his family. So now when shit go down, guess who my number one threat is? Sadly enough.
Yep, there he is.
The ones who know what you got, the ones who came in fellowship with you and called you brother. I'm just being serious. We past time. I'm past time. I know every brother here is past time for us to be listening. Ebony, we are past time for. It is so upsetting to think that people think it's your responsibility to help them. We're supposed to be brothers. And then when you have the nerve to say, my help is this, you can be a servant. They feel like you just said something vulgar to them. Let me ask you a question, brother. Man, say that again, brother Alex.
Well, they're already a servant.
Explain that. What you mean?
Well, I mean, you're probably trying to be a whole bunch of servants at one time. If you've got a landlord that you're paying rent to, you've got a banker that you're making your debt payments to. Says the guy with the mortgage. Like I get it, trying to make that thing go away. And then you've got a boss that you're having to go submit to pay a check. I mean, you're trying to serve 2-3 masters, and it's hard. Money's going to get eaten up. Everybody wants a piece of what you're making. You're not going to make that go very far.
I think we've all been there where we owed, a landlord or, somebody. The rituals over a poor and a borrower, the servant to a lender. So we've all been there. But once you come to the knowledge and you understand it, I mean, let's just be honest about this faith, y'all. Once you come to the knowledge and understand the faith, the law, why would you still then decide, I'm going to get a landlord? I mean, I'm going to put this to y'all. And I'm just asking y'all three brothers humbly. If you know that by going and getting an apartment, you're going to be paying your landlord, and you have the option of going and serving a brother, what do you think would cause a man to choose his landlord?
Ego.
That's what I was going to say. Pride and then serving convenience.
Yeah, I was going to say most guys probably worried about their autonomy. Because they don't even know what they're doing, honestly.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Brother Andre, can you explain that? Because that's deep.
I'm just saying most men that I have come in contact with, I'm going to use most because I think that'd be fair. They don't even know who they are, first of all. So they don't know what it's like to be a leader, have vision, and actually start implementing that whatever you want to do or whatever you're trying to do. First of all, on your own. But if they got a family, most guys that I have met, they don't know nothing about that. They just as clueless as the wife. I mean, autonomy is more than you just looking like you're in charge. You got to be actually doing something. Your family has to actually see you doing something on your own without the pushing and pulling of some other entity, especially human being, some other man. So if you tell them, well, man, I'd rather pay the land. I mean, most guys that say I'd rather pay the landlord is because they still can't see that they would be running their own house, even if they was in the role of a servant. Because when you say servant, most guys say, man, that's forever. That let me know that they don't have self-autonomy because they just going to be slacking and bullshitting and hanging out. I mean, I believe guys giving you a opportunity, because that's what I would look at it as, an opportunity. I would use the opportunity to get all I can get while I can, and then I would just bid one. I thank you, brother. I love you. God bless you. God keep you. But we out.
Yep.
Just saying.
Look what Chris F said. He said, I'm serving a brother. Oh my gosh. He said, I'm serving a brother. I know some people's butt cheeks just tighten. They're about to have a hemorrhoid right now.
Somebody called Adult Protective Services to go into his location right now.
Man.
Man,
APS.
silver alert.
Man.
I'm serving a brother right now in a rural house he owns. And guess what? His rules is his rules, and I'm grateful.
Bam.
I mean, just those last 3 words. And I'm grateful.
Man. I would say that brother has autonomy. Even under leadership, it's no different than the centurion to me. Hey, I know I am in authority, and I'm also under authority.
Mm-hmm. And you know what?
Sir.
Brother Chris is going to be in a much better position than most dudes are a year from now, who trying to operate this thing on their own mindsets and their own ways and find themselves in their own problems. And then they're going to want to try and jump and say, hey, all things in common. No, not really. Because I ain't got your debt in common with me.
Mm.
You know, I think ultimately, and I've been talking about that with my family this week, as we just continuously turning the wrench and not letting up. I think ultimately what it boils down to is most people just really do not believe this Bible. They don't really believe this book. I would say the vast majority of people that I've met, and even at one degree or another walked with, most people just do not really believe this book. And in some ways, I would have to have, even include myself in that. What I mean by that is this. It's one thing to read a verse and say, hey, I got that, I understand it, or whatever. But it's something altogether different to then pause at that, break that down, and then actually evaluate and see, are you living it? Does your belief fuel action, works, that then come back and perfect your faith? And I think for the vast majority of people, if they're honest, the answer to that in one degree or another, no. Oftentimes the answer is no. Oftentimes we believe Pharaoh because we can see his leadership. We can see all the tentacles of his system. And people are used to being able to look at this book as if it's just like any other book or fairy tale, or we want to come at it with this a la carte perspective, and I like this over here, so I believe this, but this over here is kind of too difficult, or I don't understand it, so therefore I don't believe it. And then we leave it there instead of coming to that realization and then repenting and actually changing. A lot of people just leave it there, just in a state of being deceived, believing that you're living the book, and in reality, you're not. The same phrase you were talking about earlier. A lot of people say, hey, yeah, I'm in the faith. Well, what does that mean? Because you may say in the faith and I might say in the faith, but what we mean by that is more than likely something entirely different. is what I'm discovering more and more. And as it relates to, servanthood and men coming to the realization that in the same way the Bible says what it says regarding women, it says what it says about men. And so we find ourselves in a position where we're not able to, or have not been equipped, have not been able to rule our families or rule our own affairs. And I mean, you don't have to speculate about it. Just look at your surroundings. Look at where you're at right now today. And we can say, oh, I didn't see this coming. Well, then you have to ask why. And then we have to start to look at ourselves and be honest with these questions, not automatically giving ourselves a pass, but holding everybody else's feet to the fire with no wiggle room whatsoever, but we get a 3-mile pass. And the Bible tells us it should be the opposite. This is a me book, a mirror. And I think ultimately that's what it comes down to. When the rubber meets the road, most people would, really do not believe in the sense where it actually causes them to change what they do.
Brother. Man. Brother Alex, I just wanted to say, if you had something that you wanted to say in the stream, this is a no holds barred, so you just have to kind of start talking. So don't ever feel like you just have to sit there and be quiet. Just start talking. Okay.
I'm gonna stay on mute more too.
No, brother David, you have to get off mute.
So, so Brother Andre was talking about, somebody may have a hesitation about going to be a brother's servant based on the perception that they may lose some autonomy, and that may actually be accurate. Because, I mean, I know if you're within my gates or for sure within my walls, I try to run a pretty tight ship here. But I think what they're confusing is autonomy with sovereignty. So maybe their landlord's not necessarily as up in their business as, master of that land, but you're not losing sovereignty because you already didn't have it. You may have to give up some authority for a little while to put yourself in a position to obtain some sovereignty later. Sacrifice now for the future. And that you got to check your ego if you're going to go do that.
Yes, sir. That's it.
That's a big time statement, brother Alex. But when you think about it, these same people, if they're they move into such and such apartment complex, and that apartment, that landlord says, you can't have your music playing after 9:00 at night, and we don't want your children playing on the grass, and the swimming pool closes at 10. They have no problem whatsoever obeying those rules. None.
Nope.
They'll accept that power being stripped from them, but then when it comes to a brother, it's why are you trying to rule me?
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. Weren't you paying a mortgage in a homeowners association home where they told you couldn't plant anything in your front lawn because they wanted rock front yards to save water? And you said, yes, master.
And you wanted chickens because you saw what was coming, but they told you, no, you can't have chickens here. So you didn't have chickens.
Nope. You said, I'd like to extend my house. And they said, well, you have to go and get the electrician to come and check it out first. And you have to come and get, this inspector and that inspector to come and look at to make sure that it's according to the specs that they decided. Yes, master.
Yep, that's it.
But then when a brother comes, go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, but when we use the word servant, you know what everybody else hears? They think we trying to pimp them out, like they did the Django or something. Just saying, they didn't think like that. You know that's how folks think. Think about it, fellas. Y'all know that's how folks think. When you use the word servant, they say, "Oh, he trying to get over on us." They totally forget about Torah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Samuel L. Jackson.
I think y'all are setting me up, bringing your white friend up here to talk about taking servants. Like that's going to go over well on the internet.
Uh-oh.
But the thing is that for those that know the Bible wouldn't be offensive.
That's it.
It wouldn't be offensive to hear the word servant. You know, you wouldn't have to doctor it up or sweeten it up. You would just say it. Because at the end of the day, you are a servant. If you are in this world right now, you serve the world. If you pay a rent, you serve your landlord. That's why you call it landlord. You sign the lease, and the lease it says if your landlord, and you say, all right, and you sign your name, you make your mark on the contract. No problems, because you want a roof over your head. But if a brother says, hey, brother, we're going to be out here a couple hours planting these gardens. Well, I ain't trying to. Wait, aren't you going to be eating from these gardens too? Are you kidding me?
Most of these people who attend some kind of
But Alex, you're breaking up.
Everybody part of my house gets to eat out of the garden.
Yes, sir. Here too. But one thing I'm not going to allow, because I was asked a question, I want to see what your brother's perspective of this is. Since all three of you are here, would you allow somebody to move onto your property? You know, let's say you offer them an opportunity to come to your property. And they said, well, I want to try to do it my way first. And if my way fails, then I want to come and then I'll take that offer. What would you think about that?
The offer no longer.
Go ahead, brother.
I'll probably have found somebody else by that point. I mean,
and even if I hadn't found someone, you would have just disqualified yourself with that mentality, just showing. I mean, that really is just it just demonstrates. I don't know if I'd say the selfishness, though that probably is the right word. In fact, I will just say it just demonstrates your degree of selfishness, and that, you know, but if you want to use another word, however you fill in the blank, it will definitely let me know that you're not qualified. You don't have the right understanding for this kind of a relationship. Because if you understand the time frame and you understand, you know, all that you would have to be getting done, or whoever we're talking about here, would have to be getting done even to prepare for not only my family, but then this person as well. But you're saying, well, let me go and continue to do things my way first. And then if, you know, once that first drop of water hits me on the head, then I'll come and bang at the ark door. And let me make my reservations with you now, so that you can still open that door and let me in. That's what I hear.
That's what I hear too. Because you think about it, you know, now I'll say this: if a person had come and put work on the land, had put an extraordinary amount of finances, built himself a little shed home, put finances into building gardens, infrastructure, put in money, sure.
Right.
We could talk about that. But if you're talking about, oh, crap comes down, goes down, my plan doesn't work, shit's hit the fan for me personally, and now I want to fly to your land and eat from your gardens that I didn't put any work in, and I don't have a home up on your place, I'll just sleep in my tent. No, you're not. For anybody that's lived out here in these winters, Brother David, Brother Alex, are they going to sleep in a tent out here?
we call those short timers.
Right. All right, Brother David, when you were in your tent, were you in the tent during the wintertime?
Oh no. Wouldn't even
Can you imagine that? Could you have imagined that?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I made absolutely certain, from the time frame that we came, understanding about how long it would take to build the structure that we lived in. And no, we were, not only were we not in the tent, we already had the wood stove up and installed and running. So no, I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine this concept of just, hey, I'm going to come out and, right before I leave, then I'll start to check out, all the details about what it's going to take for me to live on my land, to live out this plan that I think that I have in my mind, but I really haven't done any research. I just don't understand this mentality. 'Cause I guess when people hear us talk or, read the Bible and they hear faith, they just think about, for lack of better terms, stupidity, ignorance, rather. Ignorance.
There it is.
And no, faith is believing in the best, but knowing that Yah's going to do his part. All the while, we're beating it down, doing everything possible within our power to be doing our end. But somehow they misconstrue it. They think faith just means I just do nothing. Well,
and I'm
that'll be called death.
And I don't want that death on my hand. Because imagine that, brothers. I mean, just think about this. Somebody's on your land and it's 3 degrees outside and they're in a tent. You're gonna feel some kind of way, like, damn, they out there suffering. I know they suffering out there.
Especially if they've got kids.
Yep. Especially if they got if they got a wife and children, you're looking like, I know they suffering out there. So now what? Now you got to open up your door to your house and let people in to your house.
It's not a good situation.
Honestly, even from this standpoint, I think you will be, at a best case scenario, you would be at a legal liability. Best case scenario, let's say that does happen and they lay down in that tent to go to sleep and they don't wake up in the morning. And then that's on your property. You have some liability. So no, I wouldn't allow that.
Because now you're talking about, well, they were renters and you didn't provide the minimum amount of, things needed for life. And that's how the law will see it. That may not be what you say. Well, they were just, can you imagine going to court? Judge, they were just a servant.
Not gonna fly.
What? Yeah, by me having this brother as a servant, his wife and his child became my servant too. Did you have child servants on your property? Yep. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, Your Honor.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What happened to Brother Chris? Oh, he doing some big time. He
got 25 to life.
Oh, not Fayetteville. Fayetteville.
Fed.
Oh man. Man.
Brother Ken said it's called skin in the game. If you have no skin in the game, why should I help you?
That's it.
And that's a real question.
Why should I take
That's the same thing the Bible says. Why should I take my resources and give to you? especially because actually, brother Andre, brother Alex, y'all have something you want to say about this?
I was gonna say, listen, we've got a ministry. It's called Grindstone. That's a ministry. My homestead is not a ministry. It's not a soup kitchen. I mean, we've got to have some shit straight if we're gonna be living here.
Time out, brother, because that's big right there. That's big, because I think people think that they see this the channel as a ministry. This is not a ministry.
Ministry means service.
There it is. There it is. That's not what this is. I don't have a soup line. Brother, I'm starving. You can be a servant. What you got to offer me? Nothing. Well, to me, it's something like you didn't plan then. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm wearing my grindstone hat, it's a different story. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going on in Louisiana right now. We're helping a guy that's feeding a whole bunch of people. Cool, that's awesome. He's not in my yard firing up the grill every day to feed all the all the needy people. This is a different thing.
So with that, brother Alex, and I'm asking you because you've been on the channel for some time, but we have not had in-depth conversations on this. What is your perspective on a bunch of people moving on one man's land, the all things in common? And if it differs from ours, then we are all ears. I just want to hear it because we haven't had this conversation with you. You haven't had it with us. So this is an opportunity for us to hear it in an open dialogue. What is your perspective on all things in common? We're all going to move on a one man's land and live together in peace and harmony and smoke weed.
Well, I despise communal assets because communism ends in the same place every single time anybody tries it. So you can move onto a man's land, but you're moving onto a man's land, and that's that's what you're doing. You're signing up for servitude. I mean, thank you. So I mean, you can do that, but I've made the mistake of doing it before, where hey, let me take in a couple people, and most of those people were awesome, but we cannot live under one roof as peers. It doesn't work. You're operating outside the Torah if you try to do that, and I've had to pay the price for doing that. Trying to help some people out, and most of them are awesome. Most of them are living around here still. That's cool. But that we weren't operating under the Torah for taking on servants, and it just doesn't work. Communal assets don't work. Communism always ends up in the in the bread line, and when the bread runs out, you end up in the hole in the ground.
Oh gosh, I agree with you 100%, brother Alex. I knew it's something that needed to be heard as far as a broader context of the idea of, and people miss that point. If you move, if I say, hey, I want to move on to brother Alex's land. For me to even have the idea that I'm moving on as an equal, I'm moving on as his brother. I can still be his brother and be a servant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because that's what I would be. But for me to even have the idea I'm moving on to his land and we are brothers, to the point where it's foolishness. It's foolishness. Death and destruction equals all things in common. And that's because, you know what? When people read that verse in Acts, that's not what they were doing. They weren't turning over every last piece of their possessions. They were turning over their extra. Which is why when you read the story of Ananias and Sapphira, it says they sold a what? A field. Not all of their possessions. They sold a piece of property. Probably an extra piece of property.
And it was within their power to do what they would with it. It was only because of the commitment that they said, and then the line about it. The issue was not them failing to give everything and lay it at the apostles' feet. That is not what that says.
At all. That's not the Bible. Because if you go back to the Torah, you can't find one example of that at all. You see servanthood. And that's lawful. And actually, servanthood is just, I will say this. Servanthood, especially what we've been bringing out, brothers, it's becoming the new polygyny. Where it was argued about, people hated the idea of polygyny. And I'm not saying you have to do polygyny. You don't have to, because you don't have to be a servant either.
Right.
In fact, I would say this. Most should not do polygyny.
I agree.
I'm a firm believer that most... Go ahead, brother.
I'll say your plan A shouldn't be a servant either. I mean, the conversation on this stream's gone over we're not giving power over yourself to another man 1,000 times. It's been well talked about here. But if you're already in that spot,
Yes.
it would make a whole lot more sense to be a servant with the protection of the Torah
Man.
than to go serve Pharaoh, who's, I'm going to take everything I can get out of you.
Brother. You said, he said a mouthful right there. He really did. People would rather have no protections than to have the protections of the law. And here's the question. Here's what I'm thinking. I think a lot of times they don't want the protections of the law because they know they're not truly living the law.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say it's you. Well, how do I know you're living it? But they know truly that they aren't living it. And they don't want to be held accountable to a law that they don't live because they look at it and read it and say, I don't want to do that. I like what Pharaoh has for me. Isaiah talks about that where he says, because you made Pharaoh your covering. So whatever happens to Pharaoh is going to happen to you. And people are experiencing that right now. They're experiencing the fact that Pharaoh's collapsing. Egypt is collapsing. Adherency, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Ink pen, Shabbat Shalom. What's happening? Ink pen said, if you let someone live on your property, they can claim squatters' rights. That's another issue. And that's why even in the idea of servanthood, you got to make sure the person's truly living the book. So this is not a thing where you talk to them for, hey, how you doing? I'm doing good. Hey, you want to be a servant?
What I would do, I think you could deal with that potentially with the contract or lease. That's what I would do. And that would alleviate 100% of them having any kind of squatter's right opportunity. You would just get it in writing.
To be honest, I'd almost write it how the world writes it.
Oh, yeah.
This is a 3-month lease or a 6-month lease or whatever, and at the end of this lease, you're gone. Or I'll re-up it with you.
Hey, or
month to month, right? Month to month. Because if you just say, hey, you're going to be here for a year, and let's just say you get one of them deadbeats, you get a Jacob. You get a dude who married somebody, not the Jacob in the Bible. Somebody that, listen, sisters, don't marry homeless men. This is just the admonition you get from this channel. If the man's homeless, don't marry him. I'm just saying. But you got to ask yourself the question, who are you serving? And if you say I'm willing to serve, I love Yah. Brother David, what you said was dead on. You said people don't really want to live this Bible. They truly are. Not only are they don't really want to, they're not going to.
Right.
They're not going to. Uh-oh. It's a lot easier to serve Egypt, seemingly serve Egypt. It makes a lot of sense at first because you do really believe that you're going to get yourself autonomy. But Egypt is dictating to y'all everything. Go ahead.
I'll say you have some autonomy. I mean, you're gonna. I mean, I can give autonomy to a servant, or I can give autonomy to an employee. And in fact, anybody who's ever worked for me will know that. Like, I'm not going to micromanage you, but we're also not a peer. I'll give you that autonomy, but there is no pathway to sovereignty if you're serving fair.
Oh gosh. So how? What's that brother's pathway to sovereignty?
If he's a servant?
Yes.
Land ownership.
Well, are you all hearing me okay? Am I lagging out?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So, I mean, that pathway to sovereignty, really, you need to understand the concept of a commander's intent. So whoever's the leadership or the figurehead here the leader needs to understand the concept of a commander's intent, and the people underneath them do as well. But my understanding of the law on this is if you take on a servant, really what you're trying to do here is you're trying to build up your brother here. We see that in the concept of like a kinsman redeemer. If your brother sold himself to the heathen and you go buy him back, you're buying him back as a servant, right?
Time out. Say that one more time. When you take a servant, what are you really doing?
You're really trying to build that brother up. Like really, the winning here looks like building that brother up until he's your peer. And being your peer means he's over there on his own place doing his own thing. And hopefully by serving me, he's been able to compile resources and gain the capital that it really takes to get to that point of having some sovereignty. That's you come be a servant on my place. That is my commander's intent. I am not trying to go to the doorpost. If your shit ain't together after 6 years, it ain't going to get that way, and I don't want you here. So, you know, the intent is, hey, you come do the farmhand thing for me for a while, which is going to allow me to ramp up my agriculture here, which is my big push. You know, it takes a lot of labor. But after a while, you're going to go over there. You're going to go do your own thing, and we'll be peers. I mean, it's kind of painted with a broad brush. There's a lot more detailed information in there that you need to work through before you go into something like that. But I mean, your commander's intent for your servants really should be having more peers, more brothers around you. Pharaoh the one.
I'll give y'all the Cliff Notes version of that because I know we have some folks here with short attention spans. So
give them the nigga version.
The pathway to sovereignty for a servant is land ownership. Get your own shit. That's the pathway.
And that's really what Brother Alex is talking about. You're not coming on his land. He said he ain't trying to bore your ear to a doorpost and have you be there forever.
Right.
His point is actually to give you the opportunity to build yourself up and get you the hell off.
That's it.
So that another brother has the opportunity. And maybe if he builds you up and helps you grow and you go buy land, now guess what? Now there's two brothers that could take on servants.
That's it.
And now
hopefully you'll be remembering, hopefully you'll always remember the goodness and kindness that he showed you when he redeemed you and restored you. That's brotherhood.
And think of the exponential growth. It starts off with 1. Now you have 2. Those 2 take servants. Now you got 4. Those 4 take servants. Now you've got 8. Those 8 take servants. Now you've got 16. Think of the growth that you're talking about that's growing in brotherhood, not just the brotherhood, but also y'all are going to take over a large portion of area, buying up all the land around a location. You're not going to wonder where's your fellowship going to come from. If shit goes down, where's your help going to come? If the system does fall apart, think about it. Some of y'all you'd rather be in your apartment way over there than a servant brother. So if shit goes down, guess where you about to be? In your apartment way over there. When you could have been with a brother.
Man, that's it.
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, if you go serve a brother right now where things are, I don't know if I'd call them normal because, like we talked about earlier, building a business or building a homestead right now is a huge pain in the ass. But you can do it. Right now, there is an opportunity to come do that. I'll tell you, for me, I'm looking for a farmhand, and that's going to look like 10 to 15 hours a week worth of work on my place. You can go fit 2 more full-time jobs on top of that if you want to. And with the price of land here, you can own land fast. It ain't going to take that long. But if you wait till things completely fall apart, where there is no resources available. Now, I mean, yeah, maybe I do take you as a servant at that point if you're the right guy, but there's no pathway there. You waited too long. You're going to end up living. Yeah, maybe we're going to end up at the doorpost. I don't know. It might be doorpost or you die at that point.
Oh man. And you know what? And just talking about this, I want to digress a little bit because what we're talking about is something very big. Big. We're saying servant. You can substitute farmhand or farmhand's a bit more easier to swallow for some of y'all. I get it. But think about this. If you're a brother right now in the position of servitude, I want to ask this question for the panel here because we got some knowledgeable brothers here. Is a person who's borderline a farmhand in a position to grow his family? Yes or no?
Not if you're smart.
Oh, shit.
I mean, if we understand the Torah here, I mean, if you take a female farmhand, female servant, or whatever in my house, she don't go with you. So, I don't think I would be doing that. You know, you take a wife, she comes in with you. That's
Brother
one
Alex,
thing,
Brother Alex, you sound like a church.
He's spitting
Oh,
Torah
man.
right now.
I mean,
This is what we say. Most of y'all really don't like the Bible. You mad because you took a wife and you're serving your pastor. And when you said, we leaving the church, your pastor like, you leaving, but she ain't. Now
the
you
Torah
mad.
works.
What you just found
Yep.
out is that the whole time you were there, your pastor saw you as a servant. You just didn't know it. In fact, he didn't see you as a servant. You were a servant.
That's it.
Which is, and so technically your pastor and your wife know the law better than you do. Because she knows who she belongs to. The pastor knows who she belongs to. The only one who didn't know was you. Because you thought you were a brother. And you were nothing but a servant. He just didn't disclose to you that you were a servant. There's got to be some honor in a man saying, "Hey, you're going to be a servant. You're going to be a farmhand. You're going to be here to help what I'm doing, and then when you're done, you can go. In fact, I hope you go, and you're going to leave with flocks and herds and Yah willing." Every skill that you need, and you probably won't be too far away from me, so that when it comes time to building your house, you buy your land. Hey, let's go have a work day. We'll go together to your property and build your house.
Work days are great, but when you go over there, I want to do business. I want to do business with. I go through here now, which is more than I can produce with my own two hands. If you've got some homesteads that are cooperating and there's some commerce, you might accidentally make a buck. You might accidentally build your place up a little bit. And I mean, work days are cool. It'd be better if we built some brothers up, got them around us. We had a really tight relationship, and then we started doing business.
That's that big brain. That Brother David said that big brain stuff right there.
Yeah, that's big brain right there.
To be honest, that's something that, and I'm gonna be real, most people of color ain't looking like that. Just being real. They ain't looking at that sort of relationship, brotherhood. I'm talking about we ain't looking at that sort of brotherhood with anybody. White folk, black folk, Hispanic folk, Asian folk, we ain't looking at that sort of thing.
Business can only be about me.
That's it. That's it. And like brother,
pie ain't big enough.
Man, we are more adept and more willing to do business with everybody in the world. But for some reason, if our brother rises up, and that's it, regardless of color, if our brother rises up, we see that as a threat. That brother's threatening me. A jealousy arises because you're afraid that your brother might just achieve more than you. Wouldn't you hope that your brother achieved more than you?
Absolutely. If your heart
Cool.
is right.
Because I talked with Brother Alex about this. As your brother grows, guess what? I've
You
got
grow.
children. Now my children have somebody to marry.
Playing the long game.
We think in the long game. I know. The long game is something that people of Brother Alex's color think about. Hey, I'm being real. People of a darker complexion, they don't think long game. They think 15 minutes from today. They think as long as, so if I have sex with this woman, that's gonna feel good. They don't ever consider, oh shit, now I gotta pay child support for 18 years.
Yep.
This is just being real.
Hey, Brother Chris, and not only would you potentially be building up a spouse for your children, you would also potentially be building up brotherhood for your sons.
Man, oh, that's real, brother.
Because now you have someone who's being, who understanding the truth and operating the truth, and then this person has children or what have you, and they're raising their children up in that truth. Because who are our sons going to walk in brotherhood with if we don't do the work? There will be no one. Just like who our children marry, there won't be anyone.
Nope.
Yeah, and how many generations are you mitigating there? I mean, we're most of us are coming to this first generation, right? So we can start repenting for things and breaking down some of this crap that might get put on us, and then I can turn around and raise my daughters in the Torah, raise them up righteously, just to turn around and give them to a man I'm going through the first stages of this is still dealing with his daddy stuff. Or maybe I could take a servant, I could build him up, make him up here, set him up good over here, he'll have a son, and now we're working up the chain on my daughter's husband's bloodline here.
He said something big right there. That's a word you don't hear in this faith often. Bloodline, your name, your lineage.
Yeah, if I'm gonna give my daughters to the bloodline, I'm gonna give them to a good one.
Yeah, I want to hit something real quick. Brother Kim was asking about was Rachel, not Rachel, was Jacob a servant to Laban? Yes, he was. He entered into that through a contractual agreement, though, in exchange for Rachel, and then, I guess it was for Leah. Well, I believe the contract was for Rachel, but in essence, he got Leah first, entered into another contract, and then received Rachel. So that would be different than a servant who came in as a servant, and that master gave them, this wife as a part of this servanthood. Jacob's servanthood was actually the price for that bride's price
for the wife. Yes.
For the wife. So that's kind of a different situation there.
I'm gonna say the same thing, brother. He didn't come there for redemption. He didn't need to be redeemed. Yeah. He came there for a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
So essentially, that would be the same as, let's say I had a 18-year-old daughter, and the brother was like, actually, technically, I do have an 18-year-old daughter. She was not in the faith. And the brother was like, but let's say she was in the faith. And the brother, had taken a liking to her. And he was like, I'll serve you for her. That's different than he's coming to serve me, and then in his service to me, he sees that I have, let's say, a female servant or a female farm worker, and takes a liking to her. Those are two different situations. One was coming in to take the daughter. Another one would be I came in and I found somebody who was also under your care, under your home, under your house.
Right.
Those are two different circumstances. Yes, sir.
Or I came into this situation and then brought this woman in, even though knowing the Torah, I understand that if I take her while I'm in this period of servanthood, I don't leave with her.
Yes.
It would have been an understood thing. That servant knew that while he was in servanthood. That's why in a best case scenario, he would have then either not gotten engaged or engaged with a woman. By engaged, I mean getting into a relationship. I'm not talking about like modern engagement. He wouldn't have came in a relationship with this woman. He would have waited until his servanthood was over, or if he just felt like, hey, I like you here, life is good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stay here. I'm gonna enter into this relationship with this woman, make her my wife. We'll have children, and I don't, and maybe I'm leaving after that, and I'm okay with leaving them behind. Because we see that was an option. Or he could say, well, no, I love them. I don't want to be away from them, so then I'm going to stay here so that I can continue to have them a part of my life.
No.
Either way that we look at it, though, we know that he, the servant, understood he belonged to his masters for that time of the servitude, and that whoever attached himself to him, they belong to that master.
Yeah.
So, anyway, man, that wasn't Jacob's situation.
Yeah, he said, gotcha. So leaving with a wife you take can be part of the contract. The way I look at a contract is, as the two brothers discussed, they can put whatever they want in the contract. So it could be part of the contract where the brother says, hey, if I find a wife, can I take her with me when I leave? That could be part of the contract. Because it's a contract. Right. You're making a contract with that brother in the term that he will become your farmhand, and if that is included in the contract, then a man is endowed to keep his word because his name is attached to his word.
I think that would
the reason why a lot of. Oh, go ahead, brother.
I think that would most likely be the case too if the intent of the guy taking on the farmhand or the servant or whatever we're going to call it. Is for that brother to move on. Yeah, sure, go ahead and take him.
Right.
I think where that would probably not occur in the first place would be, hey, you're not getting married while you're here on my place working for me because I don't need to provide for these mouths.
There it is.
And there's a reason personally, and I see no unrighteousness in polygyny. I'm not down on anything you all got going on, but there's a reason why I like this concept to expand my house better than polygyny. It's because I need some men to work around here.
I agree.
I need some hustle. You'll get roughly 60 pounds of wheat from an acre. I use 5 tons of grain a year. I'm not picking that freaking wheat. I'm not picking that freaking grain, man. Not by myself. It's not going to happen.
Woo! What? Hold on. Time out. Because what Brother Alex just presented is something that sounds, and he's not saying it that way, but it sounds anti-polygyny. But what he's actually doing is making a case for us brethren. Because what we brethren have talked about on this channel, polygyny being one of the topics, when we say it's a big deal for us because expanding our house means what he just said. How many pounds of grain you said you use?
Bushels. What? Oh, how many do I use? I use 5
Yeah.
tons a year. 10,000 pounds.
He uses 10,000 pounds of grain a year. Now, I just want to put, now he said he wants a male servant because he knows a male servant is more capable of helping him produce that grain, right? Am I right, Brother Alex?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're saying that a female servant or a wife would not be capable of producing the amount of grain that a man would?
Probably not, especially if she's got a whole bunch of kids in tow.
Now do you understand? This is coming from a brother who I did not expect him to say this. Now do you see why when we were pushing and telling y'all sisters that polygyny was an option, why you should have maybe went at it with a little bit more urgency? Because men that are producing, what he just said, those are the things that go through our head. Another woman means more food. But I already know that there's no way that she's going to be able to produce the amount of food that she's going to consume.
Hey, and even at best, look at what the turnaround is on the sun. Even if a woman used that as a one of her highlights. Oh, well, I can produce you a son or son. What is the turnaround time on the son before he is usable and ready to work like that? Over 10 years.
10 years.
I mean, I'm talking about 10 plus years, but I'm just saying at least. So guess what? They got it. Those people still have to be fed, housed, clothed, and all that other stuff. So he has valuable points, honestly. Man ready to work for day one.
You're not popping out military age males.
Oh! Brother Alex just said it right there. This is why we talked about these things, because we had an understanding. Brother David, Brother Andre, and myself understood what it meant. Brother Alex, are you a polygynous man?
No, sir. I don't see any unrighteousness.
He doesn't see any unrighteousness in it, but he has decided to build his house using farmhand servants because, honestly, economically, it's way smarter. It's way smart. You have fighting age men. You have men that can protect you, and you protect them. You have brothers that can put in the work on the property that's going to be needed. That man already has, if he's a brother, he's already have it built inside of his head to provide, to work hard. That's a lot different. I'm just saying. Y'all just want it for vagina. I'm telling you, ain't no vagina in this world worth the extra months of work that I'm going to have to put in to feed it. Don't nobody like no wrinkled, dried out pussy. Because it ain't got no water. Anorexic pussy. Don't nobody want that. I'm just being real. Nobody nobody wants that. So when we men think about this, and Brother Alex, I'm sure, has waited and said, it's just way smarter for me to build my house this way.
Yep.
And that's wisdom. That's honestly wisdom. So many of you brothers, I'm looking for a wife. And I know why you're looking for a wife, because you want pussy. That's the only thing you can think of.
Hey, Sister Amy said, that's quite a nasty visual.
When you think about it, some men are delaying their visions from Yah. They're delaying everything they got in their life because they want some pussy that they are going to be struggling in a year to feed and to keep watered. Forget it being wet. That shit going to be dry like a desert. Because she's gonna be looking at you and saying, "You promised me this, that, and the other, and I don't have none of that. We can't even eat." Well, baby, you see I'm working, but they want us to take the jab now. You said that with that you were going to give me this. You better go take that jab then. But I said I wouldn't do it. See what kind of dilemma y'all put yourselves in? I'm just saying. This brother's at least smart enough to say, hey, a servant's going to help build what I'm trying to build way faster than another vagina will.
Man.
And to be honest, I have felt that way for years. Mathematically, having another brother David, brother Andre, brother Alex is way more beneficial than another Tanisha or another Ebony. I'm just saying.
Hey, I was just sitting here while y'all was talking and saying that I don't even see the upticks anymore of that. I mean, if that makes sense. Now I'm gonna just keep it 100. Now a woman coming to your house, that's a hard. It's something that people are just not entertaining like that. Just be real. And I'm talking about this. I'm just being real. Like me, I can speak for me. I don't need to be entertaining like that because the cost is too great.
Oh man,
I'm just saying when you really look at things that how they are and how they have been over the last few. I say over the last couple of years now. I'm gonna go back to 2019. Who is really even looking like that? Yeah, dude. I think brothers they like to have fun, and as far as toying with the idea or throwing the ideal around or whatever, of course, it's good conversation. But as far as like seriously looking into that, people is not really seriously looking into that. Not brothers that see what's coming and they're serious minded about that situation. And I just say I agree with Brother Alex. The servanthood thing is more viable.
Yes.
I mean, just being real, it really is more viable, and it's gonna be less headache. You think about the conversation you're gonna have with a field hand, hired hand, servant, whatever you want to call them to make yourself feel good. Think about the conversation with that versus a conversation about retraining a wife. What?
Oh man.
Think about those countless conversations. I mean, the field hand conversation is more like, or the servant conversation more like, hey man, we're gonna be tackling X, Y, and Z this week. That's what that's going to amount up to in the basic conversation that dudes have. It ain't going to be complicated. The meal plan is not going to be complicated. The jealousy is not going to be complicated. Who is number one is not going to be complicated.
Oh, man.
Between the servant and the guy that is the master or the employer, guess what? We already know who number one in that category. Until you get your own land. Until you're where you need to be, and you got your own lane, we already know who's gonna be the person calling the shots. It's just a whole different ball game altogether. Like I just thought about what y'all said about dudes who talking about they want to come to your land, but they have in tow a woman or children or a child. Man, that's a major fucking undertaking.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even entertain. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't entertain that guy. That guy is not ready. His mind is not right. He would be better off just doing it and doing it his way. That way, however it falls out, that's on him. Ain't nobody trying to do that.
I want to piggyback off what you're saying real quick because you think about that. So you're trying to tell me that you couldn't make it living by yourself, but you want to add family and come to my place?
That shit is crazy.
You couldn't make it with you and your family, so now you just want to drag everybody over here. Yet, when you think about adding another wife, you think about, man, that's another adult mouth to feed. That's how we think. That's another adult mouth that I would have to feed from my chickens, from my eggs, from my milk, from my cows, from my goats, from my garden. Now I'm coming with not just another female's mouth, another male mouth and female mouth and children. Well, I'll work real hard, brother. there's not enough hard work that you could do to feed all of them in 1 year.
Hey, let's be honest. If you really wanted to do that, wouldn't you just go get you a wife? Wouldn't you just have some more children? I mean, if you really wanted to do that,
Yes.
don't it make more sense? Because they'll be loyal to you because they are a part of you. So that stuff just don't make sense to me. Sorry about that, brother Alex. Go ahead, my brother.
Guys that are like living in an apartment or something and want to buy. There ain't no freaking way I'm gonna take a religious man as a servant. No, I can provide for his 2 or 3 boys. If you got 14 kids in tow, dude, it ain't gonna happen. The 2 gotta produce that food.
Man. Hey, brother. I'm looking at. I would love to be to serve y'all brothers. I would love to serve you brothers. But here's what I got going on. All right, brothers. Y'all ready? Brother Andre, I'm looking to be a servant. Brother David, Brother Alex, I'm looking to be a servant. All I have is, 2 wives and, 8, 9, 10 children.
Dude, I'd have to take servants to feed you.
Brother Andre left the street and Brother David turned it off.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Okay, here he comes back in.
Dude, I'd need 10 servants to feed your family.
Brother Andre left the street. What were you trying to say?
I'm like Brother David. I'm at my meter on that crazy stuff. I'm good.
Oh, man. Wow.
All right, Brother David K asked the question. Are you saying a man that has a wife and children as a servant, even though that might be a whole workforce?
If it's a workforce, cool.
I was gonna say I have children, and let me tell you, first and foremost, a man it's a way different thing. It's a way different thing. Unless his children, you're talking about a 17-year-old son, a 16-year-old son, a 15-year-old son, a 14-year-old son. If you're talking about children, just think about children.
Life is awesome. You want to say hi? Okay, she don't want to get on camera. Awesome.
Oh, Brother Alex, you're breaking up.
You got me now?
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say my wife is awesome, and she works very, very hard, but she's got 2 kids. I've got 2 kids here. She ain't producing 10,000 pounds of grain.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's for my sheep. That's so my sheep can eat. That ain't so the family can eat. And she can't do that. I mean, yeah, you're right. If you got a 17 and an 18-year-old male, all right, cool, they count. Those are military age males. But my 4-year-old and my 2-year-old daughter, they don't garden. They will,
right.
but they don't.
Man.
Hey, I think
Hey, brother. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm a little bit on a different side with that, even because I done been around some men who call themselves brothers, and they teenage sons or son was not in line. They would not follow the leadership of their father, so there goes your workforce. I mean, a workforce is people that are ready, able, or available to do some type of assigned duty. some type of assigned job. Well, shit, if they ain't following their father, you don't have a workforce. What you got over there is mutiny on the bounty.
That's right.
More
Get
like
overthrow.
the CPS or whatever they call it, social services case, ready to. I mean, it's just like a time bomb waiting to go off.
You know, a bad thing happens in society, and let's say you can't go. You know, let's say what we all see is coming. Let's say it comes. Now suddenly you got 3 adult men who look at you as the enemy because they feel that they don't have enough food to eat every single day, or they're looking at their mama like, well, why is my mama not getting enough food? And now suddenly you're like, oh shit.
Yep. You gonna eat your cornbread? There we go. I'm just saying. Now you got, guess what? Now you got men who ready to overthrow you and take what you got. This shit you have to move with precision. This is sniper type stuff. This is like you. I mean, you literally would have to interrogate people. And I'm just saying. I'm saying you have to do that if you don't know the man or whatever. Brotherhood should not be like that. But even with so-called brother, it really is like that. We have to see the manner of your work. That you just ain't all talk and smoke and huffing and puffing and bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to what you said about the question being posed about this last option stuff. Brother, this don't work out over here. You my last option. And the first thing that went through my mind was, we don't even do that shit on the job. We going for man. You don't tell the employer, especially it don't even have to be the job you want. It could be the job you need. That's what I'm just being real. So you don't tell the prospective employer, hey man, you know what? I really got some other things out here on the line, but if they don't work out, I'll call you. Cause you know they ain't never calling you.
They ain't calling you back.
They going to the next person, on to the next. So that's what I mean. Like we have to really start getting to know one another. And I think how we're doing it really is good. Like you brought this out a long time ago when I first met you in person and Brother David. You said we shouldn't even call each other brothers or friends until you'd have been around a person long enough to see that had them work around you. See their work ethic. See if their value system even line up with Torah. Do it even line up with you and how you do business? I'm talking about just as a man. That's big. That's big here. I mean, I ain't saying in the faith shit. It's just big in the world. I mean, but in Israel or Torah keepers or believers or whatever they want to call themselves, shit. I mean, your word is really low. Your integrity is really low. And I'm going to say, I suffer from that too, from time to time. It just, we are not who we think we are. And now it's getting to the point where we're going to really find out. Because the day of reckoning is coming. Man. In the form of something that we can relate to. People can relate when their pocketbook change. When your finances change. When your job change. When they tell you shit like, hey, if you don't get this damn shot, hey, that's it. It's lights out. It's all on you. That's how I'm gonna say something. That's how y'all normally relate. You normally get it where we can relate to it. When you see your grocery store starting shutting the doors, or the food products you thought you was finna skate in and get at the last minute and they gone, that's when he really getting your attention.
Yes, sir.
And the question is why didn't you hear any of the previous warnings? Why is it that you're waiting till this moment right now to try and jump on board? Because I'm not in the position right now. You know, we've been saying before, as far as the topic of polygyny. You know, I'm begging y'all, close this door, please. Close this door. Because unless somebody comes in rocking this shit out, and I mean rocking it out to the 100,000th degree, I'm with Brother Alex. I'd rather have another brother here. Just being real.
Hey, brother, I ain't even begging for y'all to close the door because I know y'all leave those kind of decisions to me. So I'm like, hey, it's closed.
I heard you hear. You're,
It was a no until it was a yes, and it was never a yes. So it's just
you hear all the
it's
you hear all the
closed.
locks clicking in. I'm like, that nigga got like 15 locks in that door. He making sure, and then he throwing the keys outside so nobody finds them.
That's,
Yep.
that's ghetto locks.
Right.
I got to hit it with the battery ram like 15 times.
But I think what y'all are saying is definitely right on it.
And to your point, Brother Andre, like if I'm your plan B, what makes you think that you're welcome here after you burn down plan A? Clearly, plan A didn't work out because you probably fucked it up. What makes me think like, it ain't gonna happen.
Man,
You're right, brother. I was just gonna say this too as the last little tidbit. Well, I remember one time that we was just going in heavy about getting covered and all that old bullshit. I don't know. I hope the ladies can hear this. You see, we ain't talking about that no more, right? It's so you can be paid. Feel free, be relaxed, get you some cognac, get you some wine, sit back and enjoy the show. Cause that's how y'all was acting. You might as well act like you're on the Dave Chappelle show or Kevin Samuels or whatever it is. Cause ain't nobody sweating you like that. Just saying. Men are showing up their homes. They are trying to make sure that thing is locked down tight. And I'm talking about preparation for the 7 or 10 or 20 or whatever you're playing going forward for survival. And you ain't on the plan. You is not on the menu. Just saying.
that's so real. I'm glad you said it so bluntly, brother. This society has taught women that they are the ones that are to be pursued. I'm looking like, for what? I'm supposed to pursue you so that I could then have to go out there and stress myself in my garden for another year? That's what I'm supposed to be chasing? I'm supposed to be chasing debt? I thought we were supposed to be leaving debt alone. I'm looking at production now. Can you produce? Not, I can have children. I can already have children. And even if I couldn't have children right now, I'm not trying to find somebody because she can have children. Just being real. I can have children. Great. Right now, do you have food? Do you have water? Do you have a plan that's going to last if they shut everything down? What's going to happen in your area if there's rolling blackouts and they black your shit out? Just be real. If I go outside and I say, hey, man, we need another garden next spring. If you're a brother, you'd be like, hey, let's get this shit done then. If you're a sister, well, the Bible says you're supposed to be providing my food.
I can already tell you, most of those people you talking about, those women, they don't have a plan. I just heard Amy say this week. She was like, her boss that's over the whole place. They was talking about getting the jab because I had already told them, well, we ain't doing it. I already had other plans. But guess what? They told her this. I mean, she told me this week. It was a bunch of people because I think it's mostly women in that branch. It was a bunch of women at first when they first started talking about getting the jab. They was like a bunch of them bucking. No, not me, not me, not me. And then guess what? The branch manager came back to Amy and said, you seem to be the only one on the list now that still ain't gonna do it. Everybody else said they got to do it because they don't have no other plan. Most of them was hollering out stuff like this. It's just me. I'm the sole provider. I'm the only breadwinner. It's just me. All I can do is laugh because it's funny. Everybody is bold as just lying until they start, guess what, clapping back with your monkey ass. When they start messing with your paper, then you change your mind. Oh, most of the women she just wrote down for me, they are single with children. I'm gonna repeat that. Most of them are single with children, and this ain't no bullshit ass job. I'm just gonna tell you, this is a professional for real. This ain't no bull. This ain't no. This is not that.
There's
Most of the
serious
women
paper.
that is on this thing, they professional people. I'm talking about high dollar. Matter of fact, they'll be in the Kevin Samuels range. High value, high earning folks. These people are like, I can't do it. Everything gonna go to hell in the handbasket. Hey, give it to me up the rump, master. I don't need the lube.
He be
Just
like,
saying, I'm being real.
all right, you ready for your shot? All right.
Yep.
Yeah, I got real bad,
Lord.
got real bad news for anybody showing up because they're running from a situation like that. I ain't saying you're going to get fed. I'm just saying the corners of my field ain't very fucking big right now.
Oh man!
My servants that came on, my servants that came on when the time was right, they're eating from the middle of the garden. And all I've got, I'm just gonna tell you, the corner ain't very freaking big right now.
Man,
the corner ain't.
You know what brother Alex said right there is huge. Cause my corners ain't big either. In fact, if you come strolling on, I'm rude. Are you gonna bind some weed up for me? Nah,
yeah, here's a bell pepper.
Right. No, I ain't binding nothing up for you. Because my corners right now, like Brother Alex said, are not big. The more I see, man, there is shortages in every realm. Makes me hone back in even the more so of my family. I gotta make sure they set. I'm making some sacrifices even now to make sure that my family's set.
Yes, sir.
Things that I don't want to do. Well, something that I don't want to do. But I'm doing it. You want to know why? Because I gotta make sure my family's set.
Woo.
So that door that was once open, unless you know how to tiptoe over some fucking landmines and punji stick traps, and you think you walking on a trail a trail in Vietnam, unless you know how to get past that, it ain't happening. You want to know why? Because just like everything, did we not all say, hey, the doors are going to shut eventually? And you know what? The doors are going to shut also to field hands. Eventually that door is shut to everybody. Because I have to make sure that what I have is good. And I'm not looking for no emergency. I'm not a jump off. I'm not somebody's parachute. I didn't get my shit done. I was playing the game. I was making sure I ate good and lived the way I want to. So you're saying that you get to move in on my house when you were living it up, and the wives that I have here were sacrificing, and you get to pop on up when you feel like it?
No, you're a corner of the field kind of guy.
Corner of the field. I'll leave an edge.
That for me, that's like getting a bell pepper. Right.
I was gonna say the same thing. I haven't even embarked on that like I should have. Shit, they'll be fighting with the squirrels over nuts out of the trees. Just being real. That would be the
Man. And it should really be a level of thankfulness for you sisters that are covered by a righteous man. Because you know, a lot of these cats out here right now, the only thing that they want to talk about is polygyny. That's why we ain't talking about it. We're talking about some real practical shit right now, which is food, servanthood. How you gonna take care of yourself? Well, I got my job. Are you not aware of how economics goes? Are you not aware of how inflation goes? Are you not aware of how these things take place? What happens to your dollar? I went to the store and I started ringing some. I went to Walmart and I was so fucking pissed off because I started ringing some shit up. And that thing, you heard the first beep, and I was like, oh, see, 89 cents. I swear it was like 10 more deep, and that thing said $109. I said, no. And you know how it is? You start imagining, like, what did I buy where I have 11 items, and it's $109 already? I didn't buy nothing. All the shit that I bought could have fit in that little seat where the children sit. And it was $109. $109, and I'm not made out of money.
And even if you have money, that's the other part that people don't understand.
Right.
Even if you're able to keep a job and have money, what's that going to do you? Whatever, it's going to take you a basket full of money to buy a loaf of bread.
Weimar Republic, anybody? We know that's always over there. When I was done, and I saw the first three numbers, and it was over a 1, and I still didn't have a basket full of stuff. And you start looking at that number like, why is this number approaching a 5? The first number is a 5. At Walmart, can you even fit $500 worth of stuff in a basket at Walmart? Well, I figured out you could.
How much more valuable did that make your garden?
Oh man, brother. And you know what? I'm glad you said that, because that wasn't even including produce, because thank Yah, I grow my own.
Man, those sheep keep getting worth more and more dollars. But before I feed them to somebody, you're gonna, if I'm raising you up to be my peer, I'm teaching you to produce more than what you're consuming. So as things keep getting worth more and more and more, the value of like tangible things like that keep increasing. What do you think you're going to have to do when you get here?
Brother, that's crazy. And people don't understand the logistics that we as men have to take into consideration, even when it comes to a field hand, another wife. There's a lot of logistics. It's not just, woo, I have an erection and she's cute.
It's a bad way to pick a farmhand.
There's a lot to consider when it comes to the farmhand. I'm not even talking about the wife. When it comes to the farmhand, because what need does he have? Truly, what need does he have? Because I don't want a person that's about to get evicted, and that's why he wants to be a farmhand, because he ain't gonna keep his covenant with me.
We just broke it with Pharaoh.
Man,
if you're running out here because you refused to get the shot and you waited till the last minute so you had to get the shot or starve, you're running out here in rebellion from Pharaoh. Why would I want to invite that in?
That's gonna be a reality check for some people. Can I just bug out to your land? No. I'm saying it right now. I am not accepting any. This is not a bug out location. I want people that are invested into what I'm doing. I want to see that you are. I want to make sure you've actually invested in your own life. Have you invested in you first? Before you are, I'm ready to help you out, brother. No, you're starving, which is why you're wanting to help me out. And here's a sad fact. We never thought this was going to come. People never thought what was coming in this world was actually going to come. Because we just going to pray about it, and Jebus is going to come down his surfboard with his flowing hair, and he was going to save you. And now that you realize Yah gave us the law. He gave his people the law for a reason. And in that law, he talked about servanthood for a reason. He talked about women being covered for a reason. He talked about the widow and the orphan. Well, you're not supposed to oppress them. I'm not oppressing you. You trying to
No,
tell me
that's
that
the
because
corner of the field.
there you go. That's the corner of my field.
We're dealing with two different groups of people. The corner of the field people are the uncovered, the widow and the orphan.
Yeah.
The servants are probably eating better.
Mm-mm. Oh man, that's something that when you think about that, what you just said right there, that's deep. The servant was eating better than the corner of the field people. That's deep. Because a lot of these corner of the field people believe that they're supposed to come in and be taken care of. The Bible doesn't say that. It doesn't say it's my job to take care of you because you, as a woman who had the ability to be covered, chose not to.
Well, if you showed up to eat from the corner of my field and I was in need of a servant, why didn't you become a servant? Probably in that spot for a reason. And I'm sure there's some circumstances out there that could result in that. But like, if I'm needing labor over here and you're eating from the corner of my field, I'd say, hey, I need some help. Why don't you come over here and we're going to get you taken care of.
Right.
If you're still out there, there's probably a reason.
Man, brother. And that's the law right there. Because it does make you think, why did you sit out there and wait? What were you waiting for?
Why was it so hard for you to be on board with the plan when at the get-go, I tell you, it is my intent, this farmhand program, to build you up to where you get your own place. Like, my intent is, yes, to build my place. We're going to work. All this stuff is mine. But you shouldn't be here, man. I'm hoping for a high turnover rate.
Yeah, hallelujah. Because that means you're successful then. And that you have brothers around you that are buying property. And that's an excellent model. And that was one of the reasons why, after talking with Brother Alex, and we know each other for a couple years, but that was one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure I brought him on, was because he's speaking of things that a lot of people don't have any understanding of. You say you know the Torah. Well, I know the law. Do you? And how many of you understand the law enough to know that if I took a farmhand or a servant, I didn't break it. I didn't break the law. Because as Brother Alex has said so many times, my hope is that brother gets to go on his own piece of property where he is sovereign, where he has the preeminence of everything that he is doing. Because I can tell you, for us brothers that you see right now, we are looking at the long game. We're looking at our children and our children's children and our children's children's children and our children's 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 children. We're looking at who our children are going to marry. Who are we going to be around?
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say within a few generations, I mean, if I tell you that there's Amish people in Pennsylvania or that there's Mormons in Utah, you're like, yeah, I know they're there. If we would start, you talk about building Israel or whatever, we would legitimately start doing that. People, one of these days may look at, hey, the Ozarks are full of freaking Israelites. Like, that's where they are. The Mormons are in Utah, and the Israelites and the Ozarks.
Man, that'd be awesome. Brother David Patterson gave a verse, and I want to read this. I want to break this down for a second, because it's deep. Leviticus 23:22 says, "And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of the field when thou reapest. Notice it says clean riddance. It doesn't mean you can't clean it. It means you don't take every last piece. It also, and I have some other corresponding verses we'll go to. Neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of the harvest. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am Yahweh thy Elohim. Look at Leviticus 19. Where's that? 19:9. 19:9. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of the harvest. And thou shalt not glean the vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of the vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and the stranger. I am Yahweh thy Elohim. One more. Deuteronomy 24. Gabarim. Verse 19. Right, verse 19. Bless you, brother Ken. Shabbat shalom, brother. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thine field, thou hast and hast forgotten a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Yahweh thy Elohim may bless thee in all thy work of thine hands. When thou beatest thine olive oil, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of the vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. Now we read those verses. Now I want to hit something real hard right here, especially for you, a lot of you so-called black Hebrew Israelites. Notice it says it's for the stranger, the fatherless, the widow. It don't say for the homeborn. Notice that. So here's a question for you. Am I to leave the edges of my field for a brother?
If you're a so-called brother that's going to the edge of the field, you might be having to try to figure out which categories you fit into. And I don't want to say that, with any kind of attitude, because I don't know. I mean, I think there's everything I've got, being a bad way one day. But
it almost sounds like if you're a brother, you would have already been or become a servant,
or have corners of field, or be on your way. Because like I said, I'm not producing enough here. That's why I'm looking at taking on farmhand. You'd be tracking right though.
And I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna go absolutely racist here because I'm not a politically correct channel.
The token white guy standing by.
Token black guy. Oh, token white guy right there. For all you so-called men of color, it says it's for the stranger. Do some of y'all know? Brother Andre's already smiling. I think he knows where I'm going with this one. Do some of y'all know? The only way you may be able to eat is by that white guy that you hate. That may be the field that you were in, hoping to glean some food from. I'd never do that. I ain't never gonna. Don't you go to Walmart and get your food? Kroger's, Winco.
Some of those jokers already have gone to the food banks.
But the white man is Esau? First of all, no, he ain't. I can prove it. But second, it says that you're supposed to be having the fields for the strangers, the widows, and the orphans. So if you're coming to me asking me to leave the edges of my field, could that possibly be because you're the stranger?
Man.
You have operated as a stranger, which is why you are not in a position to have even the resemblance of an edge of a field. You can have a quarter of an acre and have an edge of a field.
Because you haven't reaped the blessings in Deuteronomy that are all agriculture.
We're talking big things now. Why are you the one that you know the law and then the law's written to us? So, nigga, where's your land? Nigga.
He got to go get it from Esau.
That's when they use that verse. Well, the Bible says, Jacob have I love and Esau, or you're not to abhor an Edomite. Wait a minute. So are you not to abhor one, or are you to abhor one? Because I read this book, and first of all, I read this book, white people in Esau. I'm just saying. That's going to burst your bubble. I know, because you just want to hate. White people in Esau. But then if that's the case, then why is it that all you eat is Esau's food?
Mm-hmm.
If you really believe that.
We make some pretty good food, man.
Well, you, brother, aren't Esau. You are not Esau. Let me say that one more time. You are not Esau. But it's just amazing how this Bible is twisted and used for whatever purpose they seek. But then they skip this part. Aren't you supposed to be having the edges of your field for the stranger? So then why are you going to the stranger for their food? You ain't producing shit.
I think there's enough. So I think there's enough. There's enough of us. I mean, there's been a lot of people come to the Torah and come to the truth, if you want to call it that. Whatever label you're slapping on the label guy. But I think there's enough people that are coming to the Torah that are also trying to homestead. That in the coming days are going to figure out that homesteading ain't good enough. You got to be standing up and farming. If you're a brother and you're in a situation where nobody will take you as a farmhand, you probably need to reevaluate how you're dealing with your friend, how you're loving your neighbor.
Oh, shit.
But there's a whole bunch of this. I mean, I'm learning it now, but there's a whole bunch of us that are figuring out that, dude, me going out and having a little hobby garden ain't gonna cut it.
No.
Yeah, and my garden got away from me this year, man. I fed it to the goats because they're just over, and I didn't have enough time to spend here. Let me know, like, hey, I'm not enough labor.
So you're saying my little hobby of putting some green beans in Dixie cups ain't gonna cut it? I can't feed a whole family with a Dixie. I can't feed a whole family with a Dixie cup windowsill garden.
I don't know if you're referring to the mobile farm guy, the don't own land guy. But I had a pretty good laugh at that myself.
Oh.
I'm gonna run around with all these pots that I put out next to my camper that I move around RV park.
There you go. There you go. Or they buy those red cups, those what do they call those? What company makes those red?
The beer pong cup?
Dixie cups.
There you go. Those cups. They buy those red cups and they be like, I got some green beans growing. Now, is that a great start? Sure, it's a great start. But we are at a time right now where we shouldn't be, I'm being real. We should not be in a position where we're just starting. I'm just saying. I'm happy that people are, but you should not. The solo cup, that's it, Brother Frank. If you're a person and you've heard this over a year ago come out, if you heard it from this channel or Pastor Fox's channel or any other channels out there, come out. And your plan was, well, it's going to take me 2 to 3 years, 5 years to come out. Did you ever consider that maybe you just didn't move with an urgency? At the time, for most of us that are awake, for most of us that can heed what the word says, as soon as they started putting the zombie plague measures down, that should have been an eye-opener. As soon as they said zombie plague and it's going across or around the world and we may have to lock down, That should have already been the eye opener. And what you were like, oh, locked down this country? Are you serious? You know, a lot of people. You know, a lot of people have that. Well, I'll bug out when things are bad. Well, things have been bad for at least a year and a half, 2 years now. You still ain't bugged out. So guess what that shows you? You're probably never going to bug out, quote unquote.
I got to disagree a little bit. If COVID was, you know, your awakening or whatever, and you've been supposed to keeping the Torah for, you know, half a dozen years, you should have been reading the book and realizing it's time to get some fields, time to get some gardens, time to get some critters. All these blessings are agricultural, and if I want them, I should be doing agriculture.
Oh, man.
Like, we're just running away from something, and we're just running away because, hey, we were serving Pharaoh, and we didn't like it, and it sucked because, you know, all of a sudden that covering's not taught anymore. I don't know about that.
That's true. Brother David K said, also, I ain't considering you as a servant if you show up asking in skinny jeans. That's true, Brother David. What is it? Brother Frank said, you might as well stay where you are. And you know what? That's where we're getting to. For those that ain't moving, if you're trying to come out right now, I mean, you have to really look at it and say, what are your options? What are your options? Well, I'm going to leave LA and I'm going to move to a smaller city and I'm going to be there for a couple of years and I'm going to transition to a smaller city. And then after a couple of years of there, I'm going to transition. I mean, honestly, I'm going to ask y'all brothers in the chat and the brothers here. Do y'all really believe that we have 2 or 3 years? I mean, just being real. Do y'all really, and if you can, in the chat, explain why, you know, with as much typing as you want to do. Explain why you do or don't think that we have 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then for us brothers here, why do you or don't you think that we have 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
If you told me maybe 2 or 3 years to keep building, maybe, but I don't think there's a point where, like, okay, you can't do it anymore. I think it just gets harder and harder and harder and harder. Whereas if I've been on this place for a couple of years, if I've been on this place for 10 years, it would look way different. 10 years ago, man, this would have been too easy. Now it's hard. So I don't know, maybe 4 years from now you will be able to start, but dude, it's gonna be so freaking hard. And when your dollar today is 18 cents 5 years or whatever it ends up being worth, your labor's worth less than $5 or more, whichever way you put that. So I guess I don't know who would be my answer.
Brother David, Brother Andre? All right, Brother Andre, Brother, point to you.
I would say this. Because I'm not young, I don't know what time frame you really have, but I think you don't have. I don't think you have 2 or 3 years to start from zero. I just go with that. I don't think you should be starting. I don't think you have 2 or 3 years to make up your mind that I'm gonna do this in 2 or 3 years. I don't think you have 2 or 3 years to say, oh yeah, you know what, I'm gonna start storing up food in 2024. I'm just saying, I don't think you got time to do that. I just think this is a thing that where when you hear the call, you got to move. And it just may be, you know, when I really think about it, maybe it's just us. Maybe the people who are watch this. Maybe the people don't hear the call. Now, I'm concerned about the people that don't hear the call now, in the sense of I'm wondering Are you yours? Or are you a martyr? Or what the hell are you? But you just don't have that. I don't think people have that kind of time. If we're just asking me straight up, if somebody say, "Well, brother, how long you think I got?" You should have been already on it. Brother, how long I got to be on my land? You should already have gotten it and been on it and been doing something and being productive, making a way out of no way. The good Lord gave you some strength. Get your ass up and get busy. So I don't think we got 2 or 3 years. I think about at the end of year number 2 or 3, I just stretch it out to 3. You need to already be situated. And your plan is already, you can see it going into effect because you're working different parts and pieces of it. You can see it happen. That's my answer.
Brother,
That was spot on, brother Andre. That was good stuff. Well, both of y'all, for all of y'all, brothers, that was good stuff. I'll just say it like this. I know I moved here in 2015, and there is not a day that goes by. So that was 2015, and this is 2021. And there's not a day that goes by right now that I'm not lamenting over wasted time and opportunities. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think, man, this list of where I know we need to be in order to have a high probability of survival, that is a full list. It is a very full list. And so I just say all that to say, A, I couldn't imagine starting the process right now. But B, well, I don't know how you start the process right now. I don't know how you do. I guess if there will be a way where if you have the will to make it happen, there will be a way. I do believe that. But you have to understand it's going to cost you for all the amount of time that you wait and you have delayed and you have failed to hear. It's going to cost you exponentially more than it would have before. That's just the way the AI operates and works. So, I know when I came out 6 years ago, and I lament, like I said, and I mean literally, I wish that I would have had it within myself, known the truth, and did this like 20 years ago. Because really, when you think about what it's going to take, I'm far from ready. And other brothers may look and say, well, how could you say that? You're this and you're this and that. I'm talking about what it's going to take to ride out these difficult times with enough buffer zone for myself and my children, my family. Hey, we're not ready. We're not as ready as we need to be. So for someone talking about how long do I have to come to, before I start that process, really, you should just stay put. If that's your question and that's your mentality at this point, you should just resolve within yourself that you're going to just ride out, you're just going to reap what you have sown. Because it is not a quick and easy process, and like I said, now is it impossible? It's not impossible, but you better understand it's going to cost you a lot. It's going to cost you a lot. You're going to give up comfort in ways that you have never imagined. You're going to give up your conveniences. You're going to give up your flesh. You're going to give up everything that you have plus some. And then and that will still have to be coupled with prayer that the Father will see fit to have mercy on you, so that will be enough. Because it's like we're past time. That's how I see it personally. We're past time.
I would say this, and I agree with everything that y'all said. And I mean this sincerely from the bottom, not the bottom, more like midway in my heart, kind of closer to the top. First, I think it depends on your financial situation. If you're balling, you can go out there right now, buy some land, and get everything set up. I think the real question is how many of us are doing right now.
But
Just got
even in that though, even if you ball it and you can go and get a place set up. Can you acquire the skills and the knowledge to keep that going?
I was about to say that. I was just about to say that.
Oh, my bad.
You-
My bad.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm learning real quick that police skills don't translate to homesteading very well. I can go find you a bag of dope, but I'm still learning. What's the best way to build a fence and keep the damn goats in?
Right. I know. I've learned a lot of living out here and living is simply trial and error. Somebody else can do. You can watch a YouTube homesteading video, and that shit will not apply to you. You can try to do it the same way they did it, and that shit won't apply to you at all. This is, when you live this thing, it's not a YouTube video. Y'all have, if you look at all of our homesteads and what we're doing, a YouTube video does not explain the amount of hours and we spent doing that thing. Putting up fence is not I'm just going to fence, a half acre. It'll take me 45 minutes. No. Everybody's like, no. No. Even with the tractor, Brother David and Brother Andre, even with the tractor, is fencing an acre a one-day thing. Brother Andre like, nigga, if you don't stop talking stupid, I'm about to crap you.
Okay. I put up an acre of fence in one day one time, and I think I had 11 brothers helping.
11.
And I'm talking 11 brothers getting after it.
Man.
And we were so smoked at the end of the day. Now, granted, my land is rough. I live on a pile of rocks and trees. That's it. Soil is like the most valuable thing ever. If you can get grass to come up out of that soil, it's a miracle. but fencing an acre in here, and I guess that speaks to another thing too. Unless you're coming out with some serious finances, or you're willing to mitigate the risk of going into debt, which says the guy with the mortgage. I'm trying to make that go away, but I don't recommend it. You're gonna either spend a lot of money on land, or you're gonna get some rough land. There's not level ground here.
Man, tell the truth.
Right. And the ground that is here is full of rocks. Now the soil itself is good. It's like black and rich, but it's so full of rocks, and shovels are a joke. You dig with equipment, or you dig with a pickaxe or dynamite or something here. You're not coming out with a ton of finances. Your need for labor goes up exponentially. Driving a T-post here is hard.
And mind you, he said driving a T-post. You know how much T-posts are going for now? The
$5.
$5. How many T-posts do you think would it take to section off 100-yard run? Just one way, just one side of your chicken coop or of your field. What, you put them every 8 feet?
Every 8 feet at the absolute furthest. So
I'm stretching mine a little bit further now, but still, I'm talking $5 a post if you're buying it by the pallet.
Right.
If you're going and buying it, because I need 11 of them today. You won't pay more than that.
So let's just say what a 100-yard run is 300 feet. 300 divided by 8. We'll say 4. We'll say 5. 5. So you're talking about 50 T-posts for one side of your field.
I've got my fence. Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say times $5, and that's on the cheap. Now $5 that would be on the cheap end, buying it by the pallet. So times $5 of T-posts, 50 times 5.
250 for one side. So now 500 for both sides. You're talking close, what, $600-700 for T-posts? That's not even including the wire or the
Yeah.
clips to clip the wire to the T-post or a gate or anything or the seed to sow the field that you're going to be growing the grass in. That's just T-post for one side.
And by the way, your goats are going to jump right over that shit after you spend a week.
And after all that work, they still hop over.
So, the way I'm building fence now, and the subject to change because I'm still learning as I go. But the way I'm building fence now is I've got to figure $600 to $700 per acre for a perimeter fence.
Yeah,
That's what.
Yeah.
4
That's
foot.
that's not including the T-post, is it?
No, that's included. That's total. But I'm stretching T-post with a brother who, bless that brother, just let me use his tractor. I'm going to stretch that to where I'm running 20 feet per post, which means I've got a big wood post in there every so often.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just run T-post.
20 feet by hand?
No. We're doing that with a tractor. And,
Okay.
I don't have a
Hey,
tractor.
but without those wood posts, those T-posts, after you let it go, it just go.
No, that you got to drop 6-inch wood post. I don't even know what they're going for right now. They're a lot. It's not a joke. And then I'm running some electric on top of that because goats are assholes.
So without saying, I don't want you to have to give too many details, but an acre of fenced land, not including any seed you're going to drop down on that, just the post, fencing, gate. What would you say?
$600 to $700 an acre, and that's buying everything in bulk.
Brother David Patterson said $6 for $7.49 for a 6-foot T-post. $7.49.
That's why you got to buy a lot of them at one time.
Buy them in bulk.
Yeah.
So you got to think about that when you your dream of I want to own some sheep or some goats. That doesn't include the seed.
Nope. No, and something I learned here: if you think you're a smart guy and you're going to push all the trees down, because I moved into the middle of thick woods. So if you think you're a smart guy and you're going to push all the trees down with a bulldozer, you're going to take all your topsoil with it. Now you get to try to grow grass on top of a pile of rocks.
Oh man!
Because you're going to be a smart guy and hire the bulldozer.
So now you're talking 4 figures just to have some meat that you can be self-sustaining.
You're not
You
going
gotta add that reseed fee when you do it that way, brother Alex.
What's that, brother?
Then you either gotta have someone to come in to do it, or get the equipment to reseed that area.
Yep.
And buy the seed.
And
Which
don't
also
let it come. Don't go out there and buy you 20 head of goats, and then winter comes and you ain't got no grass in.
I'm gonna tell you that right now because I've got 20 something head, and the last couple of years, no grass. Which that's probably why I need 10,000 pounds of feed per year right now. I guess that number will go down a little bit, whenever I've got some pasture. But yeah, and that's to your point, Brother Chris. If you think you're going to come out here and it's going to be super smooth, that's trial and error. I've done a lot of just ignorant thing, and I mean ignorant in the most literal sense. I didn't know any better, but I got all these sheep, and then I realized, hay is not available in March when I run out because we haven't got spring cutting yet. Because that's how hay works. You gotta wait for them to cut it in spring. So if you buy your winter hay, you better buy it in excess of what you need until all the farmers out here are cutting their hay in the spring, and you better have a relationship with somebody who can in the first.
That's why I started small with my goats, where I could buy, the hay out here is $45, $50 for a roll, and I couldn't imagine needing. I know we have. Go ahead. saw you shaking your head from the get go.
Every time we start talking about, hey, my my pressure is going up.
Hay anxiety is a real thing.
Oh yeah, it is.
About this time of year, hay.
My cheeks are still hurting from the purchase of hay this year.
Oh man, what are you getting? What are you paying out for a round bale up where you're at?
We're paying
I think
50.
What
I
was
got
it?
a hooked up from a neighbor where I paid $40 a bell, and that's but I think for this winter, I think I got 40 bells. So you can do the math, and that ain't cheap stuff.
That
40
hurt.
bells.
I need to buy about 20 right now, and I'm not excited because the best price I found for the big bales, the big 1,500-pound bales, is $60.
Oh shit.
And the lesson I learned last year, well, I shouldn't even say learn, because we knew better, but yet I was calling my pants down. We're talking about the prices in the summer or spring, summer, fall prices. Now mess around and fall short on your hay calculation, and you have to get it in the wintertime. Now you're talking about over $100 a bale easily if you can get it.
Or you have to go down to square bales from Tractor Supply.
Right.
A square bale, that's where the whole economy of scale thing comes in. If you apply it correctly, a square bale's half the cost of a round bale, and a square bale's what, 50, 60 pounds, where a round bale's 1,500. Because you're paying mostly for the price of, finding that thing up. Again, labor is like highly valuable. But yeah, I did the same thing. I got through the wintertime, and I thought I'd be fine once it started getting warm. And because I'm new at this, it didn't occur to me that, hey, just because it's warm and the grass grows in the springtime doesn't mean everybody's going out and cut their field in March and turn that thing into a nice big circle for me to bring to my house. That's not coming till June. Yeah, hay anxiety when you have animals. That's the thing.
Glass mommy. Brother Justin Ridlin said, "My local store has 6-foot T-posts for $4. I'm about to spend $4,000 on fencing material for my sheep flock."
Good on you, brother. Good on you.
I'm just gonna come out there and homestead. I already know what I'm about to do. A lot of homesteading, a lot of coming out of her costs time, money, and both.
And then some more money on top of it.
And then more money. Because no matter what you budget, it's not enough.
Nope.
Never. You'll be like, well, 10 grand.
And that's not only for money. It's gonna
10 grand
cost you more time and more money.
Yes.
Or, back to what we were talking about earlier. If homesteading is such a big trial and error, and I'll tell you for a fact it is, then wouldn't it be better to go serve on a brother's place for a couple, even if it was a couple of years, even if it was 6 months, you might get through a gardening season, right? But let's go learn from another guy's mistakes before we go buy our own stuff and make the same mistake.
Yes.
There's a lot of value in operating within the Torah as opposed to I'm going to go out here and serve Pharaoh for my 30-year mortgage or whatever. And so says the guy with the mortgage. But a lot of value in
that. True. Brother Mark Chase, bless you, Brother Mark Chase. He said, utilizing mentors and wise counselors is a proven strategy. And, we're honest enough to tell you, that if you come and say, hey, I want to be a field hand, hey, you're going to serve the purpose of the Rock or, Mothman or whatever place you are on, you're going to serve our purpose. I'll be front and tell you that. But also at the same time, I want to see you succeed. I don't want to see you underneath me forever. Like Brother Alex said, if it's more than 6 years, it's time for you to go. It shouldn't take that long for you to be in a position, because at the end of the day, my hope is that you are stacking your money up so that you can go and buy yourself some property. Does it take you 6 years to stack your money like that? It shouldn't, unless you eating out and paying for frivolous shit. And again, I'm not gonna manage your money, but don't be surprised when time comes. That 5th year, you like, hey, you got 1 more year, you gotta be gone. Okay, go see mommy. I just think about, I don't know if y'all heard my son. I think about that sort of stuff. We got dudes who are out here who don't have a plan for themselves, who want to add wives and children to their mess. Brother, I'm gonna bring a wife. Why? So she can come and die with you? And I mean that sincerely. What do you not see what's going on in this world? It's not getting any better. Really, it's not going to be getting any better anytime soon. And when it finally does start getting better, you do realize we have another system that's going to come along with it, right? And it's not going to be an advantageous system for those of us that believe.
Hey, when you just said that, I want you to hear something.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of rank and file have been granted.
That's when people are going to say, sign me up for servanthood, bro. It's bad out here, bro.
Maybe that's where Abraham got his 300 just straight killers on payroll. Go ahead and bring that purge to Abraham's house. He ain't worried about it.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I like the idea of servanthood because I can see it in Torah, but I just don't think it has to come to that then before people can see it.
Yeah.
Like people already know when they coming out. I saw a comment down there earlier. Some people already know when they are about to embark on their so-called vision, that their vision is half-cocked. It's not well put together. They just gonna be throwing something in the wind and hope it works. And it would be much more advantageous for a person just as we talked about earlier. You're gonna have to be humble. You have to lower your spirit to where, because you can receive the wise counsel from a brother or brothers that know what they're doing. Maybe you get what I'm saying. A person that is already established. But I played that just because I know, and y'all know, and brother, you really know. Lord, people gonna be coming to woodwork when things get bad. Looking for a safe haven.
Ooh. Brother Alex would know more than any of us would in many, many ways.
I don't want to be on MLK Boulevard. Man, I've done some crazy things there before.
Oh, wait, I didn't mean to. Man. In reality, this is all a choice. I watched a very twisted show this last week. And everybody's talking about it on the internet, and it's called Squid Game. I had a brother send it to me and said, hey, brother, can you break this down? Because this shit is crazy. And I watched it. Squid Game. It is twisted. But the point of it all was so powerful. And the overall point, if you don't want spoilers, I'm going to spoil it for you. The whole point of it is this. The powers that be, they're not making you do anything that you're doing. You're choosing this. Well, I'm in debt. You chose it. And that's what that guy said, brother Andre, you watched it. That dude at the end, the whole point was, hey, they have the option of playing the game. Now that people are mad, why is it that, this has happened to us? You chose this. You do realize that, right? When you decided to go out and get that 40-year mortgage, that was your choice. Nobody made you do it. When you realized it was a game, you kept playing it. You didn't say, fuck this, I'm getting out of the game then. You kept playing the game. And that's what these people in the show figured out. The one winner, or multiple winners, depending on, this was right, brother J.A., yes. Red light, green light. When I first saw that, brother, I was like, oh, what the heck is it? Then I saw the first dude get put down. And then when they all started running, I was like, what the hell am I watching? Why did this brother send me this, tell me to watch this? But after we watched it all, and you realize, for money. Things that people will do for money. And it's all nobody made them do anything. And even after they saw the consequences, and the rules state, if half the people want to quit the game, they can quit it, and everybody can go home safe. Everybody can go home safe.
If you notice, when you really look at it, we're literally in the same position now. They were doing that because of their financial situation. Whether they or squandered their money or whatever the case was, people, watch this, the rich were watching the poor, or whatever the case was, less fortunate, whatever you want to call them, they were watching them hack and bite and devour one another for the money. Not forced now, like you said, not forced. They wanted to do this to get out of their situation.
That's a resource now. Esau gave his inheritance up for what? Food?
Yep. Food. And actually in the show, they did that. Because they had a night where the people who run the show intentionally did something over the night, and that night was a bloodbath. It was a complete bloodbath because what they give it, a potato?
I think it was a boiled egg.
That was a boiled egg and a bottle of water. They had everybody. I mean, they knew exactly how to get the people to react in whatever way they wanted them to react. It's the same way as the powers that be today. They floated money up and they held that little piggy bank with that money up, and every time somebody died, they fill it up. Something over everybody's head, like, if you win, hey, you get all this money. But they don't tell you they started off with 456. Now, Brother J.A., if you haven't finished, I'm not going to ruin it for you because the last episode is going to fuck with your mind. It's going to jack you up, that last episode. It's going to jack you up, that last episode. So I'm not going to ruin it for you. But you find out everybody's making a choice. They all made a choice to go and play the game. And then even when they were told, hey, you can quit the game, everybody kept playing it. At any point in time, the people could have came together and said, we're going to quit this game so we can all go home. But people didn't want to go back home to their terrible ass lives. Everybody wanted to be a lotto winner. Everybody, even though they knew it was costing, people were dying so that they could win. I'm just saying, if you haven't seen it, Brother J.A., wait till you see the Marvel game. That one fucked with my head for a while. That one, okay, just start tug of war. No, wait till you get to the marbles. Oh, Oh my God. But it just goes to tell you what people will do for money. Tug of war, man. It just goes to show you this is what's happening in the world today. Oh, Miss Lovely Dudley saw it. Okay, she said yes, that was crazy. Yes, the ending was crazy. Oh, okay, you said you saw the Marvel game. Can you imagine that? Brother Frank, and those that went home came back after they had seen a large majority of people just slaughtered right in front of their face. They all still came back because they realized reality was way worse.
Hey, is the wind out here messing with y'all?
No, it's coming in clear.
Okay, good deal. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit.
Well, it just makes you think. Hey, what are you doing? What game are you playing in this society right now? Oh, Brother David K., they weren't just dying, they were getting slaughtered. But hey, and here's the thing, they had rules. That game had rules. And if half the people want to quit it, they could quit. And they could all go home. Because they all volunteered to play the game in the first place. They all volunteered to play the game. And people were getting slaughtered and people were watching them die. And kept playing. Knowing that it could be you. Because you didn't win. And isn't that what's happening today? You go to college, get yourself in massive amounts of debt, and you kill yourself every single day trying to pay that debt. Trying to pay off a debt because of a game that some elite bastards that they offered you to play it. They had you sign your name on the dotted line and you willfully did.
But I'm good at the game. My credit score is like 822.
Well, you know what, Brother Alex? There were a lot of people that were good at the game there until they realized they weren't good at the game because they never knew what game was being played until it was played. And there was only 6 games. All you have to do is get to the 6 games and you win. You win, it would be equivalent to like billions of American dollars. It would wipe away all your debt and you'd live a fat life the rest of your life. But Andre, what do you think about that show? Because that's what we're living right now.
I think it speaks to what we would do in a terrible situation or environment. Meaning, a lot of people would give up their integrity. That they would. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would break the laws of Yah, rob their brothers, steal, cheat, steal, whatever it took for their family to survive. When I look at that particular movie, I just say, well, what would you do to survive? And when I look at that, I say, well, why you ain't doing that already now?
Right.
In a positive way. Meaning, why you aren't already moving on the things that you can see? Like food shortages or inflation. Why aren't you doing all you can now so you don't have to do something that would be reprehensible to the Most High later? Or even toward your brother.
That's truth, brother.
It's like what we were talking about. What we were saying a little while ago, though. I mean, how do you start trying to live out the Torah without moving forward an agrarian lifestyle? Like, let's say the world was fine and there was nothing on the horizon that was threatening or anything like that. Like, how do you not go that route? I don't get it. Like, if I really look at it, like if I'm pursuing this, I'm going down this road. I'm at least tracking that direction. I don't know why something has to scare me in order for that to be a relevant thing.
True. How you could ever not decide to live this lifestyle is beyond an understanding. And as Brother Jay said, the movie shows how desperate people get. I really believe that movies like that, they're telling you, Hollywood, they're telling you how people are going to react to what's coming. Movies like The Purge, it's just Hollywood. No, it's not. Look at what's happening. Look, if you don't think that The Purge could actually happen, just go on YouTube and type in Black Friday riots. And watch the amount of people that die every Black Friday for a fucking 56-inch TV. Trampled, paralyzed, broken arms and legs.
Don't get me started on Black Friday.
Go ahead, brother Alex. You would know better than we would.
Yeah, people lose their freaking mind. I mean, you just look at the amount of car crashes I've worked on that day whenever I was back in the city. There's people crashing freaking everywhere trying to get down to Best Buy and buy whatever the hell they're going to buy. I don't know. But people are out of their freaking minds.
And that's why television and an Xbox, what's it going to be when it comes for food?
I mean, I could reasonably, I'm not saying, there's never an excuse for operating outside of the Torah, but, if my little girl's telling me she's hungry and I can't do anything about it, I can see where my mind would go to doing some sketchy shit. I'm not saying, I would operate outside of y'all's laws or that would be appropriate, but I can definitely see where it would be tempting.
Brother Quentin, the movie is called, or the show's called Squid, the water animal Squid Games. It's a Korean show, but if you look it up, it'll probably show like some multi.
He gone.
Yeah, he looked like he froze up.
I guess I'm gonna have to go watch the show.
Say that again, brother.
I said I guess I'm gonna have to go watch the show. I hadn't heard of it.
It's pretty good. I mean, all that I can say is, and I guess that's the thing that's been on my mind is, we still have to do all we can do while we can do it. My granddad used to tell me all the time. He'll say, "Uh-oh, it's too late." If you say, "Whoop," and "uh-oh," it's done already got you. And I'm talking about the things that are going on. If you got a 2 or 3 year plan, you don't have a plan. I'm sorry to inform you. You do not have a plan if it's going to take you 2 or 3 years to start.
No.
I wish I had started 2 or 3 years earlier.
Shit,
Or
if I
10
can,
years.
if I can go back, brother, I wish I had known it at 16 years old or something. Sometimes you just wish, man, why my folks didn't have their shit together when we could have been doing this? We would have generations under our belt.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, I know all we got is now, but man, it would have been a big deal.
Yep.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say, and that's what crosses my mind. That's kind of what I spoke to earlier. I'll just speak for my own self. Shit, even being here and having been here, I don't feel prepared. I'm just being straight up honest and transparent and real. I don't feel prepared. And, I hear what you brothers are talking about, and I completely agree with it. I don't really have too much to say on it, just strictly from a point of, even with all that I have done, I don't feel prepared. I don't. I think, man, I wish that I would have had almost from just being honest, like, man, I wish I could have been in a situation where we have generations of folks preparing for this day.
Right.
Not generations, and at least my parents, so that I was born into this, and if not I was born into it, then at least that I could have had the years of my youth for it, because that when it's all said and done, and here's what I mean by that is this ultimately. Like I said, I've been here since 2015. I don't grow all the food that it would take and have the whole cycle completed to the point where I I don't feel confident in all that. I wish that I did. I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit as if I do, because I don't. So when I look at that kind of stuff and I see the writing on the wall, just straight up, it just causes me to lament and press hard doing what I can do, but at the same time, just saying, hey, Father, I just pray that you'll meet me in me doing all that I can do. Because from what my eyes can tell me, it ain't enough. It ain't gonna be enough. That's how I see it.
At the same
28.
time,
So I say that saying, I don't understand how. I don't understand any comfort level with doing less than everything that's within your power to do. Because shit, it ain't. I can just speak for my own self. It's not enough. I feel like if the shoe drops tonight or tomorrow, hey, I'm in trouble in the sense of we're gonna do it, because food storage is one thing, and that's great, but I didn't come here to just further my food storage journey.
right.
Ultimately, what it comes down to is old past producing. What can you produce? What can you produce? What can you grow from seeds and then be able to complete that cycle so that you have compost, so that when you don't have fertilizer available to you, with only the land in your hands, that you can continue to eat. And that's when I fall on my face, because shit, I'm not ready.
Hey, you said fertilizer.
That's why when it comes to dealing with, I don't know, it's just a heaviness is the best way I could put it. It's a heaviness. That's why I don't have time for, and maybe that's not the right word. I won't say I don't have time for it. I'll say this. That's why I lack patience right now for questions that are just nonsensical and non-researched, non-serious type of questions. Because I just have a heaviness that, man, we just don't have, we out of time.
Made a mention of fertilizer, brother. When you read articles that say that due to a lack of fertilizer being produced, next year's crops, 2022's crops, they're already saying on a conservative number that 40% of the crops are not going to be in the ground because of a lack of fertilizer. And we still got people, and I'm gonna speak real candidly. So if you're not used to candid talk, just go ahead and check out. What Brother David said is real sobering, because I don't think that people really think about that idea. We have Yah, we pray, we fast, we study, we read, we cry out, we call out, we humble ourselves. At the end of the day, all of that is for naught if you don't have the works, because your faith without that work is dead. And I don't really think that people understand the amount of suffering, which is why we've deviated from talking about, hey, brothers, you want another wife? These are the 5 things to look for in a good wife. Most of y'all niggas can't take care of yourself. Being real. You can't take care of yourself. I saw somebody that talked about, Brother David King said, feeding yourself is hard. Feeding animals is a whole nother level. Feeding a family is a whole nother level. Providing the nutrients that are needed for a pregnant woman from your gardens, because we all know that shit is defending going to stop y'all from putting your penis in her vagina. So you talking about pregnancy now. We're talking about a whole different game, and some people are still playing. Do you understand? What Brother David said is, as far as food, shit, we're canning right now. They canned many cans just this week of green beans that we grew. Do you know that doesn't touch the amount of food that we need to grow to eat for a winter? Can you imagine what it actually looks like? This is not no superhero movie. This is not about your AR-15, AK-47. You're about to go out there and play Rambo shit. This is real life. People in this world die from not having food. from not having access to food. People die
Not
from
swift.
Yes. People die from not having water. I'm not talking about third world country Africa. I'm talking about if you don't take the precautions that you need, and your options are starving or doing whatever they say so that you can have access to food. Let me tell you, you bullshit yourself if you tell yourself you're just going to starve to death. Because most of y'all ain't never experienced starvation. You think Day of Atonement's a fucking chore.
And that's if you have 6 months of food stored up. That's the same thing.
Brother Alex, I think you're muted if you're trying to say something.
My bad. I mean, as far as food storage or even production is concerned, for that matter, how many people even know how many calories they're freaking eating a day?
They don't. They have no clue. They have no idea what 2,000 or 2,500 or 2,800 calories even looks like.
No.
Start counting, putting that into how many plants that is,
Gosh.
how much space is required for that plant, and how much you getting up, walking around, tending to, watering, pulling bugs off of, gardening as if your life literally depends on it.
Suddenly you start
realizing the number of plants you're talking about.
You need 3,500 calories, 4,000 calories to be doing all that.
Yeah, well, and for that matter, there ain't very many calories in most of your garden vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
Those are micronutrients. Those are not macronutrients.
Yeah.
If you want to mess with like potatoes or something, or you're growing grains, but like macronutrients, those are walking around your yard. Or unless you're awesome and you found a way to harvest a bunch of wheat or something that actually makes up carbohydrates. But I mean, you look at a head of lettuce, ain't no freaking calories in that, man. There's some nutrients and you should eat them. Those aren't calories. Those aren't energy. You're going to spend a lot more energy growing lettuce than you're going to receive from eating lettuce. I can tell you that.
We see, Brother Alex, what you're talking about now is the ATP process. The process of converting sugars and carbs into energy. And most people don't have an understanding of the ATP process. They don't understand how the body converts sugars, carbs, proteins into energy. They just see it as, well, I'll just be a vegetarian and eat nothing but green beans and carrots.
There's a guy that was. I don't want to make too much fun of the guy because I don't know if he's stable enough to really do that. But he was giving me a hard time because I'm trying to homestead and working in the garden and all that. He's a big conspiracy theory guy, so he said because of the agenda, whatever he read on the internet, they were going to kill my sheep and wreck my gardens, and I was stupid for even trying. And that if I was really going to follow the Messiah, I would be just walking out into the wilderness foraging. And, he was out of water. So I was taking the water over there. And I was looking at the plants that he was foraging, and they were like butterfly bushes. Like, dude, you have like all these plants up here, and there's like 3 calories tied up in that. But it ain't going to work, man.
I think about it even from the standpoint, and I always fall back at the same place, on my face before my Father. I think about it even from the standpoint like, hey, I just spent whatever X amount of dollars, not just, but when I did it, to buy a still so I can make my own alcohol. I bought a fermenter so I can make my own wine or whatever. All right, awesome, cool. Am I growing my own grain? And if I do, am I going to have enough grain where I'm growing enough extra to be able to make wine and stuff like that? Not based on what people have done historically. Do I personally have that knowledge base to be able to do that, and the manpower to do what they did before? No.
Why do you think I'm looking for a apartment?
God willing, I would love to get there, but I'm just saying where I'm at. I look at these situations and I look at what's going on, and I'm just like, man,
when they say that every single thing in the supply cycle is being hit, everything, it starts making you really think that maybe all this time, maybe when I was 25 years old and y'all blessed me with that heavy amount of money that I received, maybe that wasn't a wise decision to spend 50 or 60 grand on a car that I could race on the streets.
Yep. and I'm not saying any of this sort of stuff like to try to fearmonger or so that people be afraid. It ain't about fear, but it is about humility, though.
Yeah.
To me, I just speak for my own self. This is a mirror. It is about humility, and that, hey, you know, ultimately, I recognize and I know this. On my own, of my own accord, unless enough time were to take place where, you know, my sons were old enough to then help and all that kind of stuff, and it ain't looking like we had that time. It doesn't look like that. Not from what my eyes see. Now I hope that we do, but not by my eyeball test.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking to myself, I really hope I don't come off sounding egotistical at all. Because the reason, like, I'm not looking for a farmhand because I think I'm balling and I'm ready for a farmhand. The only thing I've learned so far is I can't fucking do this with my two hands.
Yes,
it's simply not going to happen. Like, the only thing I've learned is that I'm not capable of doing this.
Yes, sir.
And I can scale it down to a point where, I mean, what am I going to do? Scale it down? I'm not even fully feeding myself and my family yet. So scaling it down is not going to work. I've got to scale it up. And I'm already at max utilization. So I need more hands. That's what really prompted the study for me, which was, how did people do this? People had servants.
I think you're right on it, bro. I didn't feel like I was egotistical at all. I think you're right on it.
Me, Brother David, and Brother Andre have had many conversations on it. We've even talked about the feast days and how do you care for your animals if you're not on your land and you're somewhere else doing the feast days with another brother, another sister, or another family. But yet, you know, it's easy when you live in a fucking city and all you got to do is request off from work.
Put your dog at the dog hotel.
Right. You can you can go find yourself a hotel. But when you're talking about you got animals and they need to be milked.
Yeah. Yeah, or I don't have any milk when I get home.
There you go. How'd they do it? Me and the Brother David, myself and Brother Andre have talked about this ad nauseum. How do you do it? How do you milk if you've got 3 or 4 cows or that are in milk or goats that are in milk? How do you do it? And the answer that we've all come up with is not just that part. I mean, the whole totality. There's a reason why Abraham had servants.
Yeah.
Our forefathers had servants. It wasn't just even food production. It was also shit. When times of war or conflict came up, didn't Abraham have 300 mighty men of war?
Killing kingdoms?
Right.
Like smiting armies. He had, what, like 300 something dudes that were smiting armies? And I mean, I try to keep myself fit and I, you know, roll around with Dudley trying to learn how to take care of myself and stuff. Those dudes weren't farming full time. If they were, their whole life was smiting dudes with a sword.
Right.
Their life wasn't picking wheat. Their life was training. If they're that bad, you know, there's some bad dudes. That means Abraham had servants that were straight killers, and he had servants that were doing agriculture. And he had to have enough servants doing agriculture to feed his killers. He'd feed his little goon squad running around. Like, the scale only gets big. I mean, I don't really think it was only super wealthy families that had servants either. If I remember right, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, Gideon didn't come from a super wealthy house. But whenever it was time for him to go start taking care of business, he's like, all right, let me holler at one of my servants over here. We got to
go. Yes. And that really brings people to focus because those didn't look at themselves and say, well, I'm worth nothing. They didn't say that. So while we talk about how much in the Bible we really are and how much the old paths we really want and all this other shit that a lot of people say, they're not really fully grasping the totality of what it meant. Because it says, pursue the old paths where you will find rest for your souls. Well, I guarantee you that the servants, the handmaids of these men had rest for their souls even when they were serving. Because they had pursued the old path.
Everybody that submits to y'all's order has value if you're in the role that you're supposed to be in. Wife, husband, servant, landowner, one of Abraham's killers, whatever. If you're within y'all's order, you're providing value.
Because I can tell you right now, I couldn't have 300 men here. We'd all be starving to death.
Yeah. That's probably 1,000.
I could have 300 men. I could have 30 men here.
I'd be hard pressed to have 3.
Dude, I'm gonna die if I don't grow some more food.
Right. Right. Brother, that's the truth. I mean, I'm looking at the what I have to do next year. I was like, y'all, if you give me next year, if we can get through this winter without everybody, the world going upside down, I'm gonna work my job and then I'm gonna come home and bust my ass here because I ain't got no choice. If they're saying that this year is bad, they're saying next year is gonna be worse than this year. I can't even imagine that. Worse than this year?
I can't either.
There ain't gonna be a recovery really. It won't even start until 2026. That's 5 years from now.
There ain't gonna be no recovery.
There it is. There ain't gonna be no recovery.
So, and maybe I'm repeating something. If somebody else has a better understanding of this, throw it out there. I'll leave myself wide open. But at this point, I'm pretty sure we would have to take more dollars out of circulation than we owe other people in order to revalue the dollar. So it's done. Your dollar a year from now ain't gonna be worth more. It's probably gonna be worth less.
And when you say taking dollars out of the circulation, you're talking about like 100, 200 dollars?
Higher than my hillbilly self can count.
He's talking trillions. I mean, they're printing trillions like it's nothing. It was trillions upon trillions upon trillions that how much?
But we all want a new stimulus. We want a new trillion dollar stimulus pack.
Right.
You sure?
Brother Mark Chase said, reset, not recovery. Right. There is no recovery of this. The trillions of dollars that are printed, it's over. The prudent man foresees the evil and hides himself. The foolish one passes on all these warnings and is going to be punished.
This stuff is not popular. It's not fun to talk about. It's upsetting. I get it.
It is. But I read that article also. They're talking about minting $1 trillion coin. They even showed a picture of what it probably would look like. $1 trillion coin? There is no recovering from this, brothers and sisters. And that's what we're trying to tell y'all, is that there is no recovery. What you think is going to come, it's not coming. There is no savior. There's only one. Yahshua HaMashiach.
Hey, I was just telling my family, this is depressing to the motherfucker. Because it's sobering. I don't mean that as if there's no Yah, but I was like, hey, that's why you see the camera going on. I'm like, I mean, if you really look at your situation, I'm not trying to be funny. And I feel like I know where I come from. I know I come from a place where I squandered a lot of stuff. Meaning I just lived it up and all of that other bullshit and wasted. So even when you started doing something, when it really hit you, it's sobering to see the time that you have left to prepare. And I don't mean like before you die. I don't want niggas to get it twisted. I don't mean that. I'm just saying when you look at what's going on, this shit is depressing as a motherfucker. It really is.
We're looking at this shit in our lifetime. We're not talking about our children, our children's children. We're talking about I'm just being real. Some people may not have children or children's children because you ain't planning for you and your family to even get through this.
I remember somebody talking about it. This is called After Tabernacles. It was called the Dead Sea. And now when I look at it in the sense of, I hope I see you motherfuckers next year at Passover. I hope you make it through. I'm being real.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hey, the way the shit's going, is there even going to be the ability to gather for Passover unless you live near somebody?
Right.
And that near would be like within walking distance near.
Right.
Because with the cost of everything going up, including gas, hey, I just, I don't think that people fully grasp or understand what we're dealing with. And for those of you who don't, again, this stuff is not far-fetched. You don't have to, pontificate. Just go look at what life looked like in other civilizations that had collapses.
Shit.
I don't care how you slice it. It ain't going to be pretty for nobody.
Nobody.
Hey, look, this morning, yesterday, because I did leave last night, but I was in Dulac, Louisiana, and there is a really cool guy named Brian with Lion in the Sand Ministry that cooks a bunch of food for people down there. But he chose the location that he chose because the next food distribution point was 6 miles down the road. This community of Houma Indians has no gas. That was just a storm that came through. And this ain't no Katrina type of storm. This ain't no Hurricane Michael. So that's what Grindstone is doing down there right now, is hooking this dude up with some material resources to be able to do what he does. But we're talking 6 miles.
Gosh.
Right? And because they don't have gas, that is now inaccessible for them. Now, we are talking about a region of the world where they eat almost exclusively things that aren't food. Like they're eating gators and shrimp and crawfish primarily. So, I mean, they are largely self-sufficient in their own way. Can't condone eating those things. But, just looking at what their little radius of where they could do life was, as soon as that hurricane came through, a month ago, 6 miles down the road is now inaccessible. Because there's gasoline. I bought diesel while I was down there. They ain't got no money.
That's it.
They ain't buying gas.
You said something right there. You know what their cuisine was that they ate down there. You got a lot of people who claim they're in the faith today. And you know what? How many clean animals do you see just running around?
I own all
compared to the unclean.
Compared to the unclean, because them deer are going to be hunted out real quick.
Yep.
What you're going to be left with squirrels and rabbits and armadillos and foxes and snakes and mountain lions and turtles.
I own most of the clean. Yeah, I own most of the clean animals I see running around my property.
Right.
Brother, when I think about this stuff again, it just, the only thing I can say really is, and I know it might sound cliche, but I don't mean it that way. I've been meditating on this stuff heavily, man, for not only this week, but some weeks. I hope folks are taking some time to inventory their hearts and the state of their family, because,
oh man,
hey, I mean, if we got bolts coming loose, and we unraveling at the seams in the years of plenty, this is not a fairy tale book where you're just gonna somehow magically,
gel together and be a best version of you when you're hungry and you don't know where your next meal is coming from or your child's next meal is coming from, but you couldn't be the best version of you when you were in abundance.
It's something.
I hope folks will use this season to get there, get right before our Creator, because stuff is gonna be real before we know it. That's what. I mean, it already is. That's really it. It already is.
A lot of people think that they're ready for this, and they like to draw the correlation to the children of Israel, but they don't realize one of the children of Israel complaining about not having water before Moshe struck the rock.
Yes, sir.
Weren't they complaining about not having meat to eat when Moshe called on quail and they ate the quail and they died with their quail in their teeth? You have to understand, prayer is great, but if you ain't doing shit, if you aren't doing shit, you're gonna suffer.
And they were humble at that point.
Yes.
How many folks today walk in humility versus the pridefulness of our own heart? And y'all resist the proud.
Doesn't Isaiah 4 talk about the daughters of Zion are haughty? How many men are running around haughty? You think that just because you call out to Yah, he heard you. There are many, many conditions throughout the book where Yah does not hear his people, where he turns his back on them, where he's going to allow calamity to come upon you. And then when you call, he's still going to listen. And we think that, a lot of y'all prideful ass niggas out there think that's only for women. No, that's for you. That's for us men.
Hey, brother, I read about some folks whose gold and silver will begin to rust as cankers and their storehouses be eroded. The moths come and eat them up because they have, in all of their doing, they forget Yah.
Westholt said, and those people seen some big miracles and still got cranky. He right. They saw things in Egypt and still got cranky, still got pissed off. That lets you know the nature of those. And Yah had to do a purge himself. When Moshe came down from the mountain, he said, "Hey, Levi, ran, ran, ran." This is Yahweh your Elohim. Levi, pick up your sword and run through the camp and start killing folks. And Levi obeyed. And y'all think that this is supposed to be some great mysterious brotherhood while many of y'all are walking contrary to the ways of Yah, and we're supposed to just be okay with it? Listen,
it's different today.
Yeah, right.
Somehow, we don't know how, but it's different today, right?
I told my family, I said, listen, there ain't no more running intercessory. I ain't no mediator, and I ain't Yahshua HaMashiach. I am not running as a mediator to a bunch of shady-ass folk who know what the book's saying don't do it. Whether it be them or so-called brethren. I am not your sacrifice. Sorry. I am not a Passover lamb. I am not Isaac, who's going to be put on the altar because a bunch of y'all ungrateful ass people, unthankful ass people, non-moving ass people decide you want to sit in your ass and think that y'all was going to come down and rescue you because you were just so special. What makes you think you're so special?
It's gonna rain down golden corral buffet. Forget the manna. It's just raining down golden corral for y'all.
Hot and spicy wings, lemon pepper wings, just straight under your plate.
And they will complain about that. Yeah, we tired of the steak.
Right.
We tired of the chicken wings. We want some beef.
That's something we might have glazed over just a little bit. We talked a lot about what kind of mindset do you need to really have if you're gonna go be a farmhand or a servant. But on the flip side of that, as a landowner side of things, what kind of mindsets are you taking up under your house that you're now responsible for? And like standard number one is like, we're not even kind of playing about keeping the Torah. Like the squirrel out there, my dogs kill them sometimes. That's their food. They ain't eating. But to that extent too, like, people whine, people complain, and now we're taking some kind of headship over that situation. While at the same time, I have to do it because I know I can't produce 10,000 pounds of grain with my two hands. I have to do it. So what is the Father laying on us as landowners? Israel's bigger than us. We're gonna have to start addressing this issue of servitude on the landowner side and on the we don't quite have our shit together side.
You hit on something big, brother. I can say for myself in a lot of ways I lost patience with a lot of shit. After and I'll say this from the polygamist side of being a husband to fields, women. As I realized, and it's not exclusive to women, it's just the nature. People are ungrateful.
Yep.
They're ungrateful. Even in a sense of, I could bring a brother on and think that he has the right spirit and the right heart, and even then, he doesn't truly understand brotherhood, or he may not understand servanthood. You have
Or
women
he
who
could just be like that.
Go
It
ahead,
could
brother.
just be the equivalent of that meth head. He grateful until that paycheck comes.
Mm-hmm.
But in those first 2 weeks, and I'm paraphrasing now, so I hope folks are tracking with me. In that first 2 weeks, though, hey, he was all about whatever you told him.
That's right.
He was thankful for the opportunity. All of his wayward ways were behind him, fully repentant, to the point that the employer was completely convinced. Let's give Meth Head Joe another opportunity. And that all looks great and fine and well until payday.
Till payday.
And then the next day, where's Meth Head Joe?
Gone. What I
So
realized?
that's my whole deal. That and I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to keep it real. Well, brother Chris is saying, I feel you 100%, my brother. People just too damn ungrateful. So it's a. I hear what you're saying, brother Alex, and maybe that's a shortcoming and iniquity in my own self that I have to work on. It very well may be. I'm not saying it's not, but people just too damn ungrateful, brother. And I just know for my own self, man,
or they're
tired of dealing with.
Their version of what they think the law is, they have their own version. They think, well, the Shabbat is sun up to sun up. I'm like, nigga, you can have that thought, but not in my land.
Or you can make the mistake of accommodating that.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I've stepped in that. I'm not going to put my foot in another guy's house and tell him how to keep Shabbat. But it might be a good idea to keep my feet in my own damn house and tell people that are in my house how to keep Shabbat.
Right.
I'm gonna go ahead and for all of us. Don't do that.
I feel if a person's in your house or on your land, they're keeping Shabbat the same way you are. They're not. They're not keeping it their own.
I just say I remember knowing a brother who lived on the land with me, and prior to the discovery that things were not as it appeared, I would have thought that we were walking on one accord until I started talking about food storage. Now, I wasn't asking this brother, hey, would you prepare for my family? Would you please store some food for my family? No. I'm just saying, brother, I'm highly admonishing you to please store some food and water for your family, so that you're not here now being at odds with my family when things go down and we are doing this and you are not. And either way you slice it, that puts us in a bad position. So I don't know. Is it a way? Absolutely, because y'all said it is. But I guess it's just a matter of, whatever this not a vetting process, I guess, for lack of better words. I don't know, but I just know we'll see. I don't know.
Brother,
I don't have a whole lot of faith in folks at this point in time. I will be honest and say that.
brother, I can relate to you 100%. I mean, my wife is, well, there she is. She's almost off camera here. But we were having a hard time even wrapping our heads around doing Sukkot with anybody this year. After what we had going over the year before that, is just letting people back in my living room was a difficult thing to do. Now, I had the conviction to do it, so I did it. But I get it. I'm just assuming, like, hey, it's real easy to, hey, we're all keeping Torah, and that's awesome, and that means everybody that's doing this is going to be awesome, and we're going to be great to each other and all that. That shit ain't going to happen.
That whole you expect it just makes me think that even in the time of Yeshua, there were the Pharisees. Yeshua and there were the Pharisees, and the Pharisees kept what they figured their version of the law was. We got people who are now in the faith who literally have the nerve to try to tell me that I'm breaking the law for eating meat. And I'm like, well, I don't eat pork or lobster. I keep all the dietary laws. No, if you eat beef or chicken or a lamb or a goat, you're in sin.
Yep.
It hit me that, okay, so it kind of helped me understand the arguments that Paul may have had of all these different people who have all these different versions of what they consider the law. Now, you know what? If you heard some special revelation, check this out. If you got a special revelation from Yah, it was a sin, keep that shit to yourself. That special revelation wasn't for everybody. That special revelation was for you.
Yep.
Unless, I read the book, and when I read the book, whenever Yah wants something to be told to Israel, he said, tell the people of Israel, or command this to the people of Israel. He didn't go to Betty Crocker or Susie Q or Shaniqua or Abayak Bahak Yak and tell you to come tell the men in Israel shit. Shut your damn mouth. What you're doing is you're looking for simple-minded niggas. And that nigga could be a white guy, black guy, Hispanic guy, it's irregardless of color. You're looking for simple-minded folk who are going to follow your pernicious, non-biblical ways to their own destruction. The Bible talks about righteous judgment. How can you judge righteously when you're stupid? I'm just saying, I ain't seeing stupid people judge righteously. The law is the law.
When you're full of iniquity,
man,
you have a righteous judgment.
I think stupid people judge more.
Bible says many is Sirach the 324. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion has overthrown their judgment. Your judgment's been overthrown a long time ago. I'm not listening to no single woman try to pass no judgment biblically. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. Are you covered? Are you in a situation where patriarchy is what you're living? If not, I ain't trying to hear nothing you saying. Nothing.
Well, I mean, for that matter, are you going to let a married woman sit there and lecture you?
Nope.
Probably not.
If something needs to be said to me, I want to hear from your husband or your head.
Hey, we've been there before.
Yes.
Sometimes I guess they think it's different if they slap a title of mother or Ema in front of it, and then therefore, hey, you can just go crazy on men.
Calling dudes coons and whatever you want to call them because you got an Ema.
Can't make this stuff up.
You may be an Ema. You may be an Ema of some stupid ass niggas.
So, recently doing some grindstone stuff and came across a congregation. We were trying to do some work in the area, and it didn't work out working with them. But it was like female pastors and a pastor of maintenance was the guy's title. And my question was, what are you teaching people about maintenance? I don't know. I see some stuff that don't make sense, or I see some disorderly stuff, and I just try not to touch it because, just like letting people run their own doctrine in your own house or whatever. Like, I've learned that if I get wrapped up in that, it's just not going to go well for me.
Right.
I'm not. Just don't touch it. They can do whatever they want to do over there. I don't need to put in the middle of it. But I'm good. I'll pass.
That's kind of why, on this channel, even though we've had so-called leaders in Israel decide to invest their time coming to my channel to talk shit, I just let them be. There ain't nothing that I'm going to say that's going to stop you from taking niggas' paychecks. So, if they willing to give it to you, you keep it. But after me and my house, and for the brothers that I roll with, they have preeminence on their land. You said a word, brother Alex, I like. They are sovereign of their land.
I mean, that's how the scripture version translates king, right? So, sovereign, whatever. And I'm not talking about the guys that I used to break their windows because I said they were traveling and they didn't want to give me their license or whatever. Like I got really good at breaking windows with a hammer. But, like sovereignty is kind of unquestionable. If you have it, you just have it.
Hold on, brother Alex. You mean the free man doctrine didn't prevent you from going ahead and doing what you had to do?
I ain't got a license. I'm a free man.
Yeah, listen, you don't have any YouTube videos of me with those guys because they never lasted long enough. I just tell them, like, listen, you got a couple of options. Number one is we just handle our business here. Number two is I'm going to go get my big fucking hammer out of the trunk and smash your window out and just take you to jail. Either way, I'm done.
You didn't know you was under admiralty law?
Yeah. I forgot I was driving a pirate ship over here. I don't know. I don't spend enough time on the internet to keep up with those guys and whatever they believe. But all I know was within 2 minutes, I'm going to break your window out or we're just going to handle our business and leave. But either way, I'm not dealing with this very long. But real sovereignty, like if you have it, do I know?
So you're going to take the ticket or you're going to jail.
Or the brig, or whatever you call it in maritime law.
You're gonna walk the brig.
Yeah. I've got a couple of joking nicknames around here. I think on TJ's channel they call me Jack Booted Thug, or another one around here calls me Road Pirate. But either way, like you'll have some sovereignty when like people just can't take it from you. I'm gonna sit on my back porch right now and have a whiskey and get on this live stream. There's not a human on earth that can tell me not to do this right. That would tell me I've achieved sovereignty.
Man,
if I was on somebody's payroll right now, one, it's Shabbat, so I shouldn't be doing anything. If I was on somebody's payroll right now and doing this, I'm operating under autonomy. It's within the purview of what somebody is letting me do.
Oh, that's deep. I never. There's a whole conversation. Autonomy versus sovereignty.
It's two different things.
Well, I love y'all. This has been a heavy one. So we have 4 hours.
We have 4 hours. We love y'all. We hope that y'all understood. But what? We're gonna have Brother Alex on. Brother Alex, you good for next Shabbat? You got something planned?
No, I'm good to go. It's Shabbat. My plans are usually pretty light on Shabbat. So.
We'll bring him back for next spot because he just said autonomy versus sovereignty. Basically, we hope y'all. Yes, PP, he left the uniform. Yes, sir. Essentially, what we're saying is this: how y'all gonna save anybody else? You ain't saved yourself yet. How can y'all tell yourselves or convince yourselves that you're ready for a wife and you don't have a plan for yourself yet? Not trying to invite other people to your funeral and make it their funeral. Playtime is over.
Just play the long game.
Yep. If you're looking for playtime streams, there's a channel for you no more. We're past all that now.
Let's obtain some sovereignty and bring people into that fold rather than just having some kind of shit situation and bringing everybody down with the ship.
Yes. And last, I'm saying this for brother David, brother Andre, and myself. If y'all are asking us questions for counsel or anything, especially brothers, please have some valid questions. Do not bring your previous ministry, previous church, previous camp questions to us in regards to how you want to handle your life. If you are still bound to these people, just go back. We don't have time. There's too much time. I'm sure Brother Austin say the same thing. We don't have time to be answering your stupid ass questions. And I mean that in the utmost respect. But some of these questions are just so far off.
Just unlearning questions,
Right.
questions that you would have the opportunity to educate yourself on, but it wasn't enough value and importance for you to do the work to educate yourself. But it's supposed to be of enough value for me or us to spend countless hours to do that education process that the information is readily available to you that you can do. Unlearning questions. Foolish and unlearning questions avoid.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I'm at the point now where I'm avoiding them. I'm avoiding all foolish and unlearned. If you have a learned question you want to ask, cool. But if you have a question that you just learned from your previous camp, church, ministry, whatever it is, and you want me to validate you or I'm not that. I'm trying to plant food. I'm trying to prepare for my family. That's what I'm trying to do. We'll take the time to talk with you. I'm cool with talking with you. I'm cool with fellowship and everything. I'm not cool with just sitting there shooting the shit, talking about frivolous stuff. When I know already, you ain't gonna do shit with the information you get. You're gonna say, "Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh yeah, hallelujah." You'll be in the same position 6 months from now. Time to get serious.
I've lost relationships with at least one brother, if not more, for having a conversation like that. So, hey, you were on my place last year, you're on my place this year, and it looks different. Again, I don't want that to sound egotistical, but this guy was bringing me issues about the same exact thing we were talking about a year ago in his life. Right, look, brother, all the fruitless trees got thrown into the same fire as the ones that are bearing bad fruit. If you're not making progression, you're regressing, because we should be moving forward on a daily basis. So sitting in the same spot, it's just simply not okay.
There is no neutral.
Be
You
hot or
ain't
cold.
rising up, you falling down, and it's that simple.
Lukewarm is a real bad one.
Lukewarm, you will be spewed out by Yahshua.
Yep.
You're better off being hot. You're better off being of Yah or of Satan. But don't sit in the middle. I'll put it this way for everybody: either believe the book and do it, or leave the book fucking alone.
Yeah, quit muddying the water.
Right. Bless
You
y'all.
welcome.
I hope y'all have a Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.